everybody. Sorry about that. Probably the worst go live timing ever. But I had to handle something the very minute I clicked the button, so sorry about that. It took a little while, but I'm here. Hello, everybody. How's it going? I hope you're excited for the Elden Ring lore run. Gonna get into some really, really interesting topics today, as we always do. Biased. Con, also, thank you so much for that gifted sub to Weaslurk. Thanks so much. Having a lot of QTs when you go live? I have been, seriously. Did I go swimming? No. But yeah, so... what was I doing last time? We were doing a really fun section. The Shadow Key. Let's see. There we are. Beautiful. Almost level 200. 190. Wow. Yeah, lots of QTEs, lots of QTEs. Okay, all right. So we are, we're here. This is where I left off, right? Because I wanted to remember to go this way, which I believe is what I'm looking at in terms of getting to the woods. The Abyssal Woods. But before we do that, I really want to do Trina. That's the title of the stream, Trina. Because I want to explore the Stone Coffin Fissure, because I really do think this is a really interesting section. And it also allows us to progress Tiolier's questline, which I'd like to do before we go anywhere else. Tio is here. Beautiful. Okay, let's go. Let's start. People know to leave you alone when it's go live time? Yeah, no, it was Marlowe indeed. He does not know, and he gets whatever he wants. Camera way off. Oh, wow. No kidding. I didn't even check. Thank you. It's on a swivel. And just turning it on makes it move, as you can tell. Thanks, gamers. Oh, good start. We're off on a very good start today. Oh, who put that there? Oh, what the heck? What? How did Trina even get down there without getting gravity death is my question. Trina's playing Night Rain while the rest of us are playing Elden Ring. Oh my goodness me. Yeah, we gotta get the first gravity out of the way for sure. So we came here before. Do I have fists? Yeah, that's my weapon, right? Beautiful. So we visited here before, and there was a seal, Michaela's seal, and it was a Haligtree seal. Just, it was Michaela's symbol, basically saying, like, it's sealed, it's locked away. And the only way to break a seal is to, well, as far as we know, is to kill the person who put it up. So that would be Morgott, for example. Morgott has a seal in base game, and by killing him, the seal is removed. But we also found a new way. The bearer of a great rune has to get rid of it. That's basically what happened. It broke the charm on the people in the land of shadow, but it also broke the seal. Whoa, hi. These purple slimes are really annoying, so... And when we were approaching this area, there were a bunch of these stone coffins, and now we have a better idea of what they are. They're stone coffins. It just confirms it. They look like coffins, but they also kind of look like giant stone boats. And there are so many of them. Like, look at this. Also, there are fiends here. But unlike the other blood fiends, they inflict sleep on you. They use sleep mist. The others use blood mist. These ones are strange, though, so that's the question. Blood fiends worship the formless mother to the point that they literally transformed from apparently horn scent. These creatures were horn scent, and then they became this. Their bodies stretched and warped. And now, rather than bleed mist, they spit out sleep. So it gives us an idea of who's here. As if we haven't gotten enough information, right? It's Trina. But yeah, that's true. They're sleep fiends rather than blood fiends. Absolutely. All right, perfect. So big circle. So not only does this go insanely deep, like we can't even see the bottom, but all we see is in the mist. And it's a vaguely purple mist, isn't it? Stone coffins. And just think of how long it would take for, like, oh, how are they all here? It's very strange. This gives us an immense sense of time as well, because so many of these coffins were sent here. We see some fresher ones because they're right on the coast, they're on the water. And then we see some that are on land, and then we see some that are deep, 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 deep underground. So was this water at some point? You know? More accurately, it's probably something like, I don't know, an earthquake happened or something like that, right? Like a fissure was created and then all of these were like sort of thrust in here. But still, how many stone coffins? And if these are coffins, and well, what we've been getting is congealed putrescence, and all the enemies so far have either been these fiends or goo. Yeah, these people, this isn't just one person likely that was buried here. These were graves, stone coffins filled with many, many, many people. I guess it could also be one gigantic person that melted into goo, but still. So just a reminder of what is in there. Bruise-colored putrescence that oozes from stone coffins congealed into a large viscous lump. Found underground in the land to where stone coffins drift. The putrescence is what remains of the impure lives kept within the stone coffins. So this is really interesting as well, because these may be coffins, but they're floating to a place where death is suppressed. That's the term that was used by the suppression pillar. It suppresses all forms of death. And then coffins float here, and they're said to contain impure lives. Perhaps this is a way of purifying them? And where does that sound familiar? Could it be it's very similar to the jar tradition? They take sinners who lead impure lives and they put them into a jar, hoping that they will be purified by this process, potentially purified by suffering. And then, rather than blood fiends, we have sleep fiends, who are also linked to the formless mother and linked to suffering. So that's the question. Were these blood fiends that converted? Or are they still just in a different form worshipping the formless mother? Let's take a look at their weapons, because that sure looks like the same weapon. It's hard to say on the blood fiends, but it's still really interesting. What does suppressing death even mean? Well, if I take it literally, to suppress death means to sustain life. But these congealed masses, they're just like congealed, rotted goo, but they are still alive. And what's interesting about the suppressing pillar is it seems to be like, I think it's we should look at it again. We should look at it again in terms of its design, because I thought it was more, oh my god, why they do me like that? Jump scare. I was like, where do I go? Oh, there. Okay. Of course, that fall I can take no problem. Wonderful. We're gonna go take a look at the suppressing pillar, because I want to see who designed it, like the architecture style. I think I remember it being more Hornsen style. I just fell on that dude. But it could also be older, like the civilization of Old, which is the same architecture style as this. So we'll take a look, because now I'm like actually not remembering. When the spirit isn't allowed to leave the body despite its inability to maintain itself, so it just dwells in goo. Yeah, something like that. But remember that, like, the reason that that might be a thing, suppressing death, could have something to do with the fact that the Hornsent... I'm not sure that the Hornsent created this, though, the pillar, but they definitely took advantage of the pillar's effects vis-a-vis spirits. Right? So when death is suppressed, everything here becomes a spirit, even stone. And a big aspect of the Hornsent culture is the use of spirits, both angry spirits for combat and, well, protective spirits as well, who would protect the people who use them. We still die from gravity in Nightrend DLC map? Good point. I don't know how she survived. So glad they didn't make the mist do sleep buildup as you go further down. Definitely, although I don't... Because it definitely has that sleep mist feeling. Also, we just got a Trina's arrow. Just in case you're, like, not getting it. You know? Just in case you're like, what's down here? Why is it all purple? Who could be down here? Why is there sleep mist? Like, it's just, they're, like, hammering you over the head with Trina. Also, all of the NPCs already told us that Trina was discarded. And when we find this this cross, we can tell Ansbach, and he goes, oh, so Mikola even discarded his gentle other half or whatever. Something like that. I forget the exact words he uses. Also, the music here is just insanely sad. Hey, baby. 1 second, kitty's here. Sweetheart? What's going on? Oh, hang on, he's meowing. I must... Oh? Matter. Alright, gamers, I need to see if Marlowe will stay here, so I'm gonna try to make him a fort. Because if the lights are what bothers him, then maybe I can make a little comfy blanket fort and entice him with that. So I'm gonna do some, like, bootleg construction real quick. I need a blanket. Give me one. Very important. Nothing's ever been more important than seeing if my cat will stay here when I stream. Okay, Marlo is being weird, but that's not unusual. He doesn't want to be here. He meowed at me very insistently and led me to a chair, and then he sat underneath the chair and stared at me. And I was like, okay, buddy, can I do something for you? And I don't think I can. So anyway, sorry about that. But to be fair, I'm not that sorry. That's my baby boy. Okay. I think he wanted some pets. For sure, he got some pets. But he's also just sort of like, hey, come hang out with me. And I'm like, okay, but like I have to stream. And he doesn't really care about that. So I have this blanket. If he comes back, I'll try to entice him into this fort. Okay. Anyway, we will check if the chicken wing weapons still do bleed, because that is an excellent question. All right. High ghost. Also, this is a very interesting ghost. I don't know if it's a unique model, but it's, I mean, I never seen it before. It's wearing a robe and it has facial hair and no horns. So this is likely someone from the Erdtree era or like otherwise. But yeah, I don't think we've ever seen this model before. Kindly Mikola, I see you've thrown away something you should not have under any circumstances. How will you salvation offer to those who cannot be saved, when you could not even save your other self? That's a great question. Trina, what about Trina did I want to talk about? Well, maybe, I guess, the St. Trina's arrow is a big point of what I'm talking about. So, Trina has been described as gentle, loving other self, things like that. So we've just gotten like absolute, outright, straight up confirmation that Trina is Mikola's other half. But the other part of her is always described as loving and gentle. However, what I find very interesting is the way that her teachings are spread. Priests of St. Trina use these arrows to spread their teachings. The sweet oblivion of sleep can become quite the habit. So it really, there's a sinister side to Trina, but it's more like how she is worshipped. Because Trina herself, the sleep that she represents, is addictive. I also love the depiction of her color and her style of being like a very lightly purple hued smoke. And I really, and the flower link, although, you know, it's a little vague. I always wondered if there's something analogous to opium with this. I don't know if I'm wording this properly, but basically, of course, opium is insanely addictive. It was like even purer than the versions that we have these days, which are still obviously insanely addictive, opioids. But this was like super pure, and the way it was smoked was with, well, it was smoked, right? And you would have in these opium dens, and people would be so horribly addicted that they would just completely waste away. And it reminds me of how Trina is described with the oblivion of sleep, the velvety oblivion. What item is that? That is the poison. So it's like a gentle sleep. Okay, I don't know where the poison is stored in my inventory, but I think I picked up another copy of it from Tiolier. Oh, right, it's a usable item because we can drink it and just... There it is. Tiolier thought of St. Trina's sleep when he created this, but the ebony sleep he concocted had not the sweetness of nectar nor the gentleness of rest's embrace. So, sweetness of nectar, gentleness is her sleep. But he created an ebony version. And, like, what it does is kill you. And so Trina herself is not killing people, but her priests are shooting people with arrows to get them hooked on sleep, to spread her teachings. So it's a really, really weird thing. Even in base game, we kind of had this aspect of subtle, sinister undertones. Mikola also had sinister overtones, or undertones. Although they were so obvious, sometimes it did feel like overtones. But that was more like he can like force people to love him. So it's more directly a Mikola ability versus Trina. Trina is just like chilling as far as we can tell, but her priests and the way that she is described is rather addictive. Just like in a world without death, people crave the gentle embrace of sleep. Yeah. And then we finally encountered our very first our very first Trina follower, Teolier, and he poisons people. He's a poison maker. He fights using poison and tries to create poisons. And also, the poisons he creates are meant to mimic sleep. It's like he's trying to concoct a drug to mimic something that he can't get enough of. And the moment that we free him from the curse, from the charm, I mean, the moment more accurately, he is freed of the charm, he cannot forget Trina, looking upon her and her velvety sleep. He's like, he's got the freaking shakes. The moment. You know what I mean? There is another white ghost with horns on the stair. We find the first note of Letta after the dancing lion. But not with facial hair? In a land where no one can die, she's doing what she can. But, oh, and here's the notable thing, though. Trina is not doing anything. Her priests are. Her followers are. People who are trying to find her. Which is another thing. People are trying to find Trina. Sometimes I can't remember where items go in my inventory. Looking for books. No, not spells. No. Where are books? Yes, here we go. Saint Trina Disciples Cookbook, a record of crafting techniques left by a disciple who pursued the teachings of the Saint of Sleep. Yet what seemed a gentle sleep at first... Oh no, this is new. This is not what I'm looking for. But still, this tells us something else. Her sleep got more intense, and we'll talk about that more later. What I'm looking for is... Base game, where is it? Here we go. Fivor's Cookbook. Fivor is who I'm thinking of. A record of crafting techniques left by a man who was utterly captivated by Saint Trina. He continued the search for her in his slumber. And this is how we get all of the Trina items and then a secret version, a Mikola item. And this was the base game wink wink that Trina is Mikola. Because Fivor, in his search for Trina, discovered Mikola. So, you know, that's neither here nor there. But I'm more talking about utterly captivated by Saint Trina. Also getting the... Teolier's like immediate fixation. Like the people who are into Trina are obsessed with her. Like I don't hear Freya going like, oh, I can't stop thinking of Radon. I need to look upon him again. I need him. You know what I mean? Like Ansbach isn't like, oh, Lord Moog, my lord. Like they're not like fucking freaking, but Trina's people sure are. Okay. More Shadow Tree fragments. And this is one of the most significant crosses. Carved words coalesce. I abandon here my love. It really says a lot. And then we also get this follower of Mikola, of Trina, who knows, this particular ghost who basically says, you couldn't even save your other half, how can you save everyone else? You shouldn't have abandoned this part of yourself. And yeah, we now know what part of Mikola Trina represents, what part is now gone from him. And we also get some serious insight into how the halves work. And it seems to be that when the two halves are one, they both retain aspects of each other. So, in other words, when Mikola still had Trina within him, when they shared a body, the same way that Marika and Radigan did at the end, or at the start for that matter too, Mikola is capable of love. Because he shows love. He loves his sister. He loves Godwin, right? Like, we see parts of the things that he cares about. And he does selfless things for them and wants to help them and protect them because he loves them. So even though Trina is his love, as long as they're one, Mikola as Mikola is able to love. It makes really good sense. This also gives us more context as to Marika and Radigan, and how when they were combined, they probably weren't so different. So, but now that Trina is separated from him, he has abandoned his love. Also, his doubts and vacillation. And now we get some insight into why Trina had to be abandoned. He was abandoning everything. But Trina also represented his doubt in his path. His hesitation to do what he was doing. So first he got rid of her. And we get Trina's blood here because of the items we get here. But then here is where she was fully removed. We don't really get like the full picture. I think it's more meant to show us like the journey. Do you know what I mean? So that's why here it's like some Trina and then we get some blood dripping. We get to follow the trail of Trina. It just meant to guide us as the player. But I do think that however it was done, here's where Trina was separated from him. And this also tells us something else really interesting. And that is that other halves can be split off. Now, we talked about this a lot in base game. So we can get some information about Trina and Mikola from Marika and Radigan. But we can also get some information about Radigan and Marika from this. So one of them is how the splitting of halves works. When you give up a part, when you are separated, you are missing that part. But something else happens when you're separated. The separate half becomes more intense. They become richer as to what they are. So Trina represents love, but she's also sleep. And as a result, when she becomes sleep, her sleep becomes more intense. What seemed a gentle sleep at first ripened into velvet. And this is where we get the eternal sleep pot. And we saw this earlier, we talked about this before, but now that we're here. At first, we have, where's sleep pots? Regular ones. Why not have them? Okay, I think I missed sleep pots. Oh, is that them? No, that's alluring. That's beast lore. I think I'm missing a Fivor cookbook. I have soporific grease, though. I do not have sleep pots. Oh well. So sleep bone arrows. You can see the color. Either way, we have some Trina items. Soporific grease. It's definitely more vivid, but this is an eternal sleep pot and requires the deep purple lily. The weak are powerless to resist this velvety sleep and will never be roused again. It's a lot richer in color and more sinister. Trina's flower in base game isn't said to be purple, but deprived of color. I don't think so. No, I think you're thinking of, no, it's ringing a bell, what you're talking about, but I don't think it's the Trina Lily. Hang on. Maybe the Grey Violet, the hue of Ghost Flame. It's believed to be useful in calling for spirits. No, what you're talking about is ringing a bell, but I can't seem to place it either. I will say, I don't think it's that Trina's lilies are, that they've gotten lighter in color. I think it's because Trina has been separated from Mikola that she's gotten more intense. The color that represents her has gotten richer. Her sleep has gotten deeper. So she's changed because she's been separated. Purplish torch? Yeah, I'm just more talking about, you know. Oh, look at this! These golems have purple, tails. I would love to hit them, but, you know, that's... They're floating very slightly above the ground, so I can't hit them. That's just an Elden Ring moment. I think these ones shoot sleep mist at you as well. You're just out here throwing hands? Yes. Been very fun. Oh, right, the Fiend. Let's go see if the Fiend bleeds us. Which part of Mikola would become more intense and richer after their separation? Hello, please hit me with that thing. Just sleep. These blood fiends being here is very interesting for sure. How do people discover I've talked to Trina in the first place? Personally, I just kept going back. It's not that weird if you consider the Ronnie thing. And then we also have these enemies. And this is a super weird one because we really only see these enemies in, oh, there it is. Okay. What the fuck was that? Near Everjails. Usually near Everjails. There's one exception. We see them on the way to the giant jar. The Great Jar. But other than that, we only see them there, around Everjails. And I always felt like they were sentries. You know, like constantly just an eye watching. There's some sort of golem. I don't know if the crystal thing works on them. We should try that. And then, oh yeah, these ones have the beautiful wings. Are these the ones that shoot stuff at you? Oh, I guess we'll have to test on the next one because I killed it too fast. Whoops. We can get that one. Riley farts are kind of OP. They're not bad. There we go. Show me. Sleep. Not so. So this is a really weird one because they use these were Hornsent created creatures. At least it's likely, because we see them in Hornsent cities, and we also see them around Hornsent graves. But they could actually, more accurately, be from Ra, but they're still in use. Or they're still a part of the culture. Because the Hornsent claim descent from the people of Ra. And then, of course, there's also Enhir Alim with the birds. So there's very much this idea of, like, birds... a culture surrounded by worshipping birds descended into the Hornsent, which is also interesting because the birds are worshipped in the death religion. Okay, where to now? Descending, there we go. Descending evermore. Although, hang on. Aha, that is important. I need that. Hang on, we go back up. So that's what's really interesting about the birds is they're really strongly linked to the death cult. I say death cult, the ancient death religion. Really. So it's weird to still see them in Hornsent cities. But they are a very traditional people. Ancient dynasty, then Ra? Which ones are? The birds in general? Because there is way less ancient dynasty in the DLC, but there is still a lot because we have the coffins. I don't know. The birds, the grave birds, I feel like they're more raw. But the coffins are definitely ancient dynasty. Yeah. I heard the theory that Godfrey was Hornsent, which is why the trailer speaks of seduction and betrayal. But then why was Godfrey betrayed? Like how was he betrayed? Do you know what I mean? Unless you mean, like, he betrayed the Hornsent? I don't know. Maybe, but he's not any fucking horns. I remember there's, like, a sneaky path to get to that thing where you drop down, but I just don't remember where it is, so we're just gonna do some exploring. Yeah, I'm more accurately, like, personally, I think that they were... Okay, so we know that Marika was under Hornsent rule, like her people were, but they were just, like, a subgroup. Like, they weren't Hornsent, but they were a small group of people who lived in their land and thus were subject to their shit, basically, right? Maybe we start from higher. I really don't remember how to get this, but I remember it being a really important weapon. So I'm gonna try to find it. So I think it's more likely that Godfrey was the same way, that Godfrey was a part of but perhaps like a warrior subgroup. His whole thing is being a warrior. It's his entire culture. He thinks that strength befits a crown. I don't know. I don't think that he himself was a Hornsent, but he was probably under them, just the same way that Marika was. Which is also why their alliance and eventual marriage and trust is so interesting, because they're basically two groups of people who, whether by choice or not, had to serve the Hornsent. And then ended up creating their own thing. Because, like, I think we can agree that Marika, in whatever way, did not choose to serve the Hornsent. Right? Like, if you asked her before all this, if you were like, hey, do you want to, like, you know, lose your entire family in a gruesome ritual and then also, like, become a god? You'll be really powerful. She'd be like... Like, it takes a very special type of person to Eren Yeager it. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's a very special individual. Ooh, don't do that. Okay, that's too high. That's way too high. Yeah, that's too high. Is it? Because that's way too high. That's not Night Rain. I also think back to what the Hornsent Grandam said these lands are ours since time immemorial or something like that. Basically, like, we have always lived here, the Hornsent, right? This is our land. And the idea there is that anyone else who's trying to rule it is an upstart, right? But as far as we can tell, the shaman have also been here for quite a while. So it makes me wonder how many different groups of people who were not Hornsent lived in Hornsent territory and therefore were subject to Hornsent customs. Oh, this looks promising. Okay, no, that's it though. That's it. It's just we can't fall that far. That was Night Rain Brain on display. But look, there's stuff here. Godfrey was a subject of the Hornsent? Probably, because he was in the Land of Shadow. There's lore of him in the Land of Shadow. And he, like, that's where we first see him. And the next we hear is he's getting blessings of the Erd Tree. Of Erd Tree sap. And then he's fighting the giants. And personally, I actually think, and I think other people agree, that the Hornsent, that the Giants' War was probably before the Hornsent were killed. Trying to find the Sleep Straight Sword? I am, yeah. I don't, I vaguely remember where. Oh, no, I slip. Oh, wait. Hold. Okay. All right. Never mind. We're going? Question mark? Okay. Well, clearly we have to go somewhere. Aha. Okay, gentle, cautious, aware. Uh-huh. Alrighty. We have safely made it to where I was. This is good. Be careful. There could be sneaky pits. Sneaky. Promising. Gooey. Velvet Sword of Saint Trina. Ooh, I'm so interested to read this because I remember this being a thing, but I don't remember what it... Oh! I've been good. I've been slimed. Godfrey bravely accepted the Erd Tree sap, which suggests some wariness people felt toward it. I mean, it says stoically, and like you could definitely, that definitely implies that you have to be brave to take it, because to be stoic about something suggests that other people might react, if that makes sense, right? So I always wondered, does drinking Erd Tree sap like hurt or something? That was my first read, but I actually don't know why I thought that. I was just like, I think it's something else. Look at this. It looks like wax. It looks as if their wings have been occluded with a thick purple wax. It looks like they have been slimed as it happens. And I actually wonder if that isn't actually what might have happened to them. That they are golems, as far as we can tell. They don't respond to the crystal throwing knife thingy, whatever. So they're older. They weren't made by that particular golem creator. But considering the goo, well, it's Trina color, sure. But also, there's a lot of congealed people in this place. And I wonder if congealed people manage to cover a golem, can they sort of control it? Okay, Velvet Sword of Saint Trina. Silver Sword of Saint Trina, now stained the color of velvet, inflicts eternal sleep. When Saint Trina was abandoned, the faint light purple mists coalesce into an intoxicating deep purple cloud. Unique skill, Mists of Eternal Sleep. Releases a velvety purple mist that spreads across a wide frontal area, afflicts foes with eternal sleep. It's an int weapon. It's very interesting. I do have the stats. Let's try it out. So then we also have the Nectar Blood version, said to burgeon forth where the nectar-like blood of abandoned Trina pooled. Like a syrupy poison, its nectar lulls the imbiber into sweet, velvety sleep. So, basically, in case you don't have to believe me, believe the game. When Saint Trina was abandoned, she changed. Now, to me, I think it's inarguable that she changed because she became more of what she was. So, her sleep, her light, gentle sleep became a rich, heavy sleep, right? So really, she became purer. Even, it's like she... What's the word I'm looking for? Congealed. Congealed is used. Or coalesced, more accurately. I'm thinking of this, sorry. Coalesced. It's like a reduction. You know, cooking? If you take a sauce, any liquid, and you simmer, and you simmer, and you simmer, the liquid evaporates. And you get thicker sauce. And if you keep doing it and keep doing it, it's thicker and thicker and thicker. It's a pure version of itself. You're removing water. And whatever syrup you're making, whatever liquid, whatever sauce, it's getting thicker. And I think that's what happened. And I've been talking about this pretty regularly for a bit now, but you probably heard me use the term purification period in an alchemy context. So I use this to refer to Radagon and Marika in that they were separated for a time before they were recombined. And during that separation, it's as if they were being reduced and therefore became pure versions of what they already are. And this could also present in terms of like their goals becoming even more intense, their ambitions. So for example, Radagon wants to become complete. He wants to become, well, his goal, smarter. He wants to learn as much as he can, gain as much knowledge as he can. And it's almost as if for him it turns into, well, frankly, kind of an obsession, because he becomes obsessed with gaining knowledge, pretty much above all. In order to become complete. Now, I wonder if it isn't because he feels as if he's been abandoned and thus wants to recombine. But I definitely think the purpose was always to recombine, because Marika sends Radagon away not by throwing him into a pit, but to end a war. And I say send away, we don't really know the phrase I'm using, I don't really think it was like, now Radagon, you shall be kicked out of Lanedell. We are getting rid of you so that you may marry Renala. You are being exiled. Like, I don't think it was like that. But I definitely think that separating from Radagon was an important part of the path to be a divinity. Also, yeah, Radagon was able to fulfill his desires, whatever they happened to be, and be separated from her. As far as we know, Radagon was never separated. He doesn't, he's able to live a life. Better said, Marika granted Radagon independence. Yeah. The ability to become a separate entity, and with that, he became obsessed with becoming complete. Radigan was a champion? That's the word used by Muriel. But it's also, basically, Muriel also says, right after saying that Radigan was a champion, basically says, but we don't know why the hell he was a champion. We don't know where he came from. He just showed up one day. I'm paraphrasing, but that's the essence of it. Like, no one knows where Radigan came from. And also, I believe Muriel says, I'm paraphrasing, I don't know the exact words, something along the lines of, people were confused as to like why he was chosen to fight in Liurnia. Because no one knew where he was. This like, or like where he came from, I mean. This redheaded warrior shows up one day at the head of, you know, the great host meant to fight the Liurnian war. And everyone's like, Omega Lol who? Now keep in mind, I say everyone because I'm saying what Muriel was saying, but like, you know, obviously we weren't there. We don't know what anyone else was saying. But yeah, so the point that I'm trying to make here though, and this I think is sort of what's very confusing, but DLC basically confirmed it. I've been talking about this since base game. If you've been watching my streams for a long time and you've watching me play Elden Ring, you've probably seen me go through all the different like theories because my mind has changed a lot. Initially, I believe that Radigan was a different person who at one point randomly combined with Marika. Why? Who knows? I was like, he was a different dude, they combined. And then I changed my mind and I'm like, no, I actually don't think that anymore. I did think, so first I thought that they just combined one day. Two separate people. I don't think that anymore. Then later I thought that they combined. Or they were one always. But they were never apart and they were just like body changing and shit. And then I was like, no. And now I still think this is my current belief, is that Marika, like, I say created Radigan, but that's not the right term. Marika had another half named Radigan, and they were one, and they shared a body for a long time. Where he came from, why he was, like, spawned, for lack of a better word, you know? Sorry, I'm using gamer terms, I'm not trying to make him like, oh, he's like a tadpole creature. No, he just, like, showed up one day. We don't really know when that happened, why that happened. Is it a consequence of becoming a deity? Is it something inherent? Who knows? When did he manifest? Why did he manifest? We have ideas, but who knows? But then one day, Marika and Radigan were one. And then, at some point, they were separated. And I have some theories as to why, but I think it was meant to be like a time of purification so that they could eventually be recombined into an even purer being. It's like, it's alchemy. So you take two separate elements and you separate them and then you purify them, like you remove impurities and then you put them back together again to create an even purer version of what you made before, an even purer alloy, right? So that was my belief. And it kind of fits with the timeline. Marika is in Leyndell, and then one day Radigan shows up, because at that point they were separated. Radigan immediately gets nepo-babied into a really high-ranking position as the leader of the host of Liurnia. I'm joking. He is Marika, so he gets the job as boss. Goes to Liurnia, marries Renala, and then at some point leaves Renala and returns to Leyndell. They recombine. But in the time that they've been separated, they've changed. And the recombination, rather than them being one entity that seems to be allied with itself, they are against one another. And I think that this happened when he was in Liurnia. Like, I say it happened to him that he became an enemy to Marika, but frankly, they became enemies to each other because they changed. Their wants potentially changed, their goals potentially changed, and they became completely opposed to one another. And the reason I'm bringing this up now is because when I saw Trina became a richer version of sleep, became more intense, I was like, I fucking called it. Because when they were separated, they changed. And this explains why Radigan and Marika were one and everything was cool and everything's chillin', and then he goes to Liurnia and he comes back and suddenly it's like they're at war with one another, right? This gives us that basically confirmation. Now, the other thing, too, is, well, Mikola knew a lot of things, and he also knew about Radigan. He knew Radigan, like, he interacted with him. He's the only child we know that had a relationship with Radigan at all. The only child that Radigan ever interacts with is Mikola. And Mikola's also kind of known for knowing a lot of stuff in base game. So I would say it's, and he also had another half. Mikola had another half, just like Radigan and Marika. I think that Mikola knew about Radigan and Marika. How he felt about it, what he thought, I don't know, but I think it's near guaranteed that he knew about their dual nature because he shared it. And therefore, he would also know something very important, that Marika's will was foiled by her other half. Radigan became her worst enemy. Her other half was her worst enemy. So when Mikola leaves Trina here in this pit, clearly not intending to ever see her again, there's more significance than just he's giving up his love. He's giving up someone he knows is his worst enemy. She isn't now, but she will be. Which is why he has to leave her behind and never, ever, ever talk to her, basically. So, I talk a lot about how the tragedy of Mikola is his hubris, right? He's following this path, and he's kind of going to random places. We don't really know why he's going to a lot of these places. But I think that there's a purpose. But then he thinks he's going to do things better than Marika did, his mother did. And he basically says everything she did was wrong, and everything was unhinged from the start. I'm gonna do it better. This is one of the things that he changes. God, these things take forever. Marika was an ordinary person. True, an ordinary person. Absolutely. But we don't really know what ordinary means in the context of a shaman, because they're very interesting and they have unique abilities. And one thing we likely know, I would say pretty much guaranteed, is that Marika was a spirit tuner. Okay. So, you know, not that that's like, you know, anything crazy, but it's possible that there was something unique about her in the first place, which is why, personally, I don't think she was put into a pot in the first place. Like, I don't think she underwent the jar ritual. She was a Newman? True. Newman have, well, they're seldom born but long-lived. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Seducing the Horn Son does not imply promiscuity. The Grand Dame called Marika a strumpet specifically. Yeah, but that's because she's an asshole. And calling women whores is a very common thing. Dudes will literally be like, "You won't sleep with me? You slut." Without any ounce of irony. Implying promiscuity in women is just a very common insult that is used on women. So her like racist grandma calling her a strumpet, you know what I mean? I mean, she has history. Is this you being like, well, you see, she slept with people, therefore she should sleep with me? You know, is this one of those? What history? What do you mean she had a history? She married a man, that slut. And she had children with him? Ugh. God. I feel like I picked up an item and I'm like looking for it, and then I'm like, okay, I didn't. Never mind. What I walk into? We're talking about the seduce line in the trailer, which I still haven't watched, I know. The whole Radigan thing with Renala. I'm sorry, are you blaming... This is what I'm talking about. Are you blaming Marika for Radigan's thing? This is the biggest misunderstanding that I still run into of the Marika is Radigan thing. I still get people who are like, well... I'm like, oh, Radigan did that. And they're like, but Marika is Radigan, so it's Marika's fault. And I'm just sitting there like, oh, fuck, here we go. You know what I mean? Like... I think I was thinking of this. So here we have a golden Leonine Misbegotten, like a ghost version, like a spectral version of one, which is very mysterious, and then it drops multi-layered Ring of Light. Incantation of those who served Mikola. Produces a multi-layered ring of golden light and fires it forwards, inflicting continuous damage on those struck by it. Charging enhances duration and increases potency. This light ring incantation was cultivated by a tradition separate from Golden Order fundamentalism. So we know that all of Mikola's spells, early spells, base game spells, were... I'm more talking about like Mikola's Ring of Light and Discus of Light, sorry, I meant. And, well, they're Golden Order fundamentalist incantations. This, though, is not. This has nothing to do with fundamentalism. This is Mikola through and through. High faith, unlike the Golden Order incantations, which require int and faith. This is just faith. And, okay, so what is up with this Leonine Misbegotten? Leonine Misbegotten, there's a number of them, and Misbegotten in general, in Mikola's Haligtree, and they are basically in the town. They seem to be like a first line of defense. They were accepted there, they were allowed to live there, and as we know, Misbegotten were really badly treated in the later era of the Erdtree. So they likely went to the Haligtree looking for succor, right? They wanted a safe place to live, just like the Albinarics. So a lot of groups that didn't have anywhere else to go ended up in the Haligtree. We get that. We encounter them in the town. And we also encounter a really interesting Leonine Misbegotten that I think we should mention here just because it's like interesting. On the way to the Haligtree that has the Golden Order Greatsword, that has Radigan's Divorce Greatsword. So it's like, the Leonine Misbegotten are very interesting. Two of them have legendary swords, the Grafted and the Golden Order Greatsword. They're definitely like the powerhouses of the Misbegotten. They seem to have like the richest Crucible link with their red hair. I don't think they're linked to Radigan in any way other than like them being close to the Crucible, hence the red hair. Personally, like I really think that red hair is just equals Crucible basically. But this one in particular drops an incantation associated with Mikola, is also very spectral, so it's almost like a ghost continuing to serve Mikola even after death, or potentially something like a projection, just like Morgott would do. Though I think this is more likely to be a ghost, because he's stopping us from progressing and reaching Trina, and therefore, even in this spectral form, is still serving Mikola. Oh, and the Ruins Greatsword. True. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Uh-huh. That one's in Redmane Castle, too. It's very interesting. You kind of see them all over the place. Saint Trina uses int. Mikola alone uses faith. So, Mikola, faith. Trina, alone, int. Now, hang on. Let's compare with Saint Trina's sword, because now I'm like, oh man, that's interesting. Oh yeah, even Saint Trina's sword uses int versus, well, it's not really the same thing. Unfortunately, Mikola doesn't have in base game like a weapon directly linked to him. The Golden Epitaph, yes, but I still think of it also as like asterisk Golden Order fundamentalism, but it's still made by Mikola. So it's still his and it's faith. And then we have the Mikolan Night Sword, which is also faith, but this was created not by him, most likely. It was made by servants of Mikola and is linked to him, but isn't like of his hand. Still though, inarguably, stuff that is purely linked to Mikola is faith versus Trina is int. It's pretty interesting considering that the spells that were made by Mikola before they were separated are Golden Order Fundy incantations, which require int and faith. It's like they were made with Trina and Mikla together, because they were. Wouldn't put it past Marika to be a strumpet for practical reasons. All right, listen. We literally get Radigan doing that. Like, listen, no shade. He also created peace. Marrying for peace, even if you don't love your spouse, very historically common. Create an alliance by marrying someone. But we don't call that being a strumpet. We call that getting married. It's like the opposite of being a strumpet. You're just making shit up at this point. Like, I know she's hot. You know what I mean? I know she's got a nice ass and nice big boobs, but it doesn't mean that she's a slut. You know what I mean? I can't even... If anyone here is a fuckboy, it's Radigan. I'm not even calling him a fuckboy. He married for peace. Happens all the time. It's a good thing. War is ended. Good. Peace. Even if he doesn't love his wife, I can honor that. You know what I mean? What game is it? Elden Ring. I gotta say, strumpet, it's one of my favorite words because it just sounds simultaneously really delicious and like a fun musical instrument. It's true. I think leaving your wife and giving her a cursed egg that makes her crazy is kind of messed up, but like it's not really being slutty. That's just being mean. Crumpet. I think it's the mixture of crumpet and trumpet that makes me think it's like a fun word. How does one like her climb the totem pole in Hornsen society? My brother in Christ, I cannot express to you how fucked up it is that you see a woman in a position of power and you literally think she must have slept her way there. What are you even talking about? She is able to create things and she's a spirit tuner. Those are two really interesting things, and the only thing you can think of is that she slept with the Hornsent? Are you out of your mind? Like, seriously? You are literally a meme right now saying that shit. Your boss is a woman? Oh, how did she get there? Come on, man. Seriously. Anyway, you're ruining the cute sleeping animals. Marlo was sleeping earlier today. I don't think it's unreasonable considering people were low status. All right, listen, I'm gonna put the nix on this. You would not be saying that if it were Radigan who was the host body. I'm just putting that out there. You would not be implying... You wouldn't be saying Gwyn must have slept his way to the top, or Vendrick fucked his way to the top to become king. You wouldn't be saying that. So why are you saying it with Marika? For one reason alone. So drop it now, because come on. Listen, I jokingly call Radigan an F-boy. He's actually not. He's actually not. He just gets married. Like, he's a dick because he leaves his wife with a cursed egg. But, like, that's not slutty. Godric the Grafted sleeping his way to the top. Listen, like, you would not be saying that to a dude character. You might say that about Gwyn. Yeah, he definitely fucked and sucked his way to the to the Lord's soul. New lore just dropped. No. I'm accepting. Hang on. There we go. Anyway. Let's not. Dev said it about a male character? Drop it. You're being very cringe. Because I doubt it. I have strong doubts. Okay, so it's the same ghost. And this is an interesting one, because this ghost has gone on a journey. And I'm pretty sure we only have this happen once. Oh shit, there was something I wanted to talk about while we were walking through this area. Okay, let's go back 1 second. I think it's this one. Those characters did much worse things to get to the top. That's true, but like at the same time, it's... Let's just not. Oh shit, an item. I wanted to talk about this. So here we actually see a ruptured stone coffin. And we start to see what's leaking out of them. So it's pretty strongly implied that the goo that we've been fighting is from the coffins, but here we see it directly. And we see the, well, the goo. You can actually see it slowly dripping down. This like thick, viscous, oily colored goo. But what's interesting is it's not Trina colored. It's red and blue. It's like, it's bruise colored. But it's still a little different from this, which has a purpley veneer over top of it. So it's as if this corpse soup drips down and then perhaps changes. Because of Trina's proximity. It's like it's combining with her. Forbidden molasses. Horrible. They just slaughtered their way to the top? Yeah, true. I just think it's cringe to just be like, woman in position of power, she must have survived by having sex. Like, it's not always fucking Game of Thrones. Like, you know, George worked on this too. Yeah, and you know who else worked on this? Miyazaki, and he doesn't do that shit, fortunately. He doesn't make everything like... Even Fia, I have a slight issue with Fia, that they had one female tarnished in the opening cutscene, and she's like naked sleeping next to a corpse. And I'm just like, okay. Really? That's the only one that you could put in the... Okay. Couldn't put Nefeli Lu in there. No, had to be... I get they're doing like the older ones and whatever, but it's like... It was a little too Game of Thronesy for me, that part. But I still think Fia, like, she has her Fia-ness. Say the show's kind of ruined George R. R. Martin's books. I have heard that his books are not as, well, assaulty as the show is, which is really fun that they decided to put more of that content in the show, but like, I haven't read it. So apparently the show is much worse, yeah. Okay, so yeah, about this ghost again. So we saw this same ghost here at the top at Fissure Cross. And we can tell it's the same because as far as we see, this is a unique model. Wearing like a toga / robe and having facial hair and regular hair. And he basically says, Mikola, you shouldn't have done this. You shouldn't have abandoned Trina. You shouldn't have abandoned your love. Oh, please, grant me the courage to fly to your feet, my dearest. Saint Trina. So this is a hint as to where we're supposed to go, because if you don't, like, it's just a death pit otherwise. I also have a slight thought that this might be Fivor, like that particular ghost, considering he continued the search for Saint Trina in his dreams. He's a figure that is like really obsessed with her. That isn't Tiolier. I'm not sure if I'm willing to like be like, oh, for sure that's Fivor, because surely there were others. But what's really interesting about Fivor is that he gets a lot of insight into Mikola through his books, right? Where are they? So first, well, I say search for her in his slumber, in his sleep, more accurately, yeah. So, soporific grease, pretty much every item. Also, yeah, I'm totally missing Fivor's Cookbook 1. Oh, wow. Might have to note that down to go grab it. So, either way, first, sleep pots, which I'm missing. I haven't gotten all the crafting books, and that's an important one, so we'll go get it. Then, sleep bone arrows and soporific grease. Also, probably Trina's arrows, I think, are number 1. And then, we get 3. As he continued searching for Trina and writing these cookbooks, he discovered the Mikola part of the deal, because we get the bewitching branch, which is an item that is directly linked to Mikola. So Fivor kind of went deeper than anyone else because he followed Trina well enough to realize what no one else did, as far as we can tell, that Trina is Mikola. So we have Saint Trina's sword. Saint Trina is an enigmatic figure. Some say she is a comely young girl, others are sure he is a boy. The only certainty is that their appearance was as sudden as their disappearance. So, Trina is Mikola. This is the hint. This is the... Wait, why would they be confused? Is it a boy, girl? Because Trina's been seen as both. But they didn't figure it out because, well, presumably because they vanished. And then we have the Saint Trina's torch. Where is my torches? Where are my torches? I can never find anything in this inventory. It's too big. It's only like 4 torches. I can find the torch pole, but that's actually a... Don't be confused. It's a spear. It's a torch, and it's got torch in the name, but no. Not a ranged weapon catalyst. Oh, it's a shield. It's under the shield category. Of course, my favorite type of shield. A fire. Oh my goodness. Saint Trina, but an adult. That's really it. What's going on here? Yo, D! Thank you so much for the super chat. Oh my goodness. Thanks so much. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. That is a very generous super chat. Thank you. And G-Breast, so thank you so much for 4 months as well. Thank you. You know what? Let me just... I want to return to that for a second because it made me think of something. It's like saying... Okay, let's look at a character like Roderica, who is gentle and doesn't do combat and is very sweet and is, you know, in this really hostile world and everyone loves her. We're like, who hates Roderica? You know what I mean? No one hates Roderica. She's Roderica. She's a sweetie pie, right? She does nothing but help you. She has this charming little character arc while still being very gentle and sweet, not doing any combat. She's a badass in her own way, not like Nephili, who is a more traditional, like, I use weapon badass. But even Nephili has these moments of weakness. Anyway, Roderica. It'd be like saying the only reason that she led her men is because she slept with them. Or she... Oh, surely she survived in the lands between by having sex with people so that she would survive. Like, what kind of... Makes no sense. To me, saying that Marika lived by having sex with people is the same as saying Roderica did. Because how is Marika otherwise depicted? It's completely contrary to anything else. It's a strange thing. So I'm putting that in the same level of absurdity. Sounds way off the point? It's not. It's the same thing. Looking at a character and just being like, surely, well, she doesn't fight, she doesn't do any combat, and she's in a really dangerous world. She had sex. The same thing. Okay, are we ready for this fight? I wanted to do another level if I could. There is a one-story cutscene that depicts Marika, that shows Marika while seduction is on screen, and people are like, yo, she a slut. I'm telling you, I wish, as much as I love that story cutscene, I sometimes wish it hadn't happened. Because unfortunately, it immediately activated the worst parts of the internet. I once had someone in my chat, and I remember this so clearly because I was like, come to my chat about Dark Souls 1, and they were saying that Guinevere is the mother of Priscilla, which is not an uncommon thought. But I was like, okay, but like, why? Because I don't think so. It doesn't make really any sense. Like, we know that Guinevere was married to another god, and then she left. Like, that doesn't, just because she's there doesn't mean she's the mother of Priscilla. And someone in my chat said, okay, but she's a slut, so she could be. And I'm like, it took me out. That was just me. So that's sort of what I'm saying. It's the same idea. Guinevere, she's got her boobs out. So clearly she's everybody's mom because she's banging everybody out there. Same level of absurdity. Don't get it twisted. Sometimes lore is like really good and sometimes it's like that. And it makes you want to straight decease. Okay, I wanted to use up my runes because this boss can be annoying sometimes. But I really do like it. Wait! One thing I wanted to do, I remember. I remember what I was wandering around about because there's something I wanted to show. And it is... Where is it? This. Here we go. Let's do the Ash of War. Oh, shit. We'll do the Ash of War in a second. I slipped. Whee! Lore accurate me. Okay, so... We are in People Goo. And you can see the color. But as we get further there, it's more purple. Although, actually, it's just the light. It's always the same hue. Okay, anyway, let's show off this cool Ash of War. Look at that color difference. This is purple. Also, I think that Priscilla has to be a lot older because Gwyn was around when she was imprisoned. Near guaranteed, right? So, Priscilla's been around for a bit. Putrescent Night. So, okay, this is basically memorization. I remember. Somewhat. So he uses Frost. Ghost Flame, pretty much. Something like it anyway. Which is created by burning the ashes of... burning bones, basically, into ash. He's also made of bones, but if you notice... This is a really, really cool thing. It's a really sick design. He is, indeed, the congealed putrescence that we've been dealing with throughout this area. But, and then 1, 2. Yeah, that. Okay, yeah, we're getting it. A hitbox? Fine with me. So, okay, he is the congealed putrescence. But he's surrounded by bones. So look, this is what's so insanely interesting about this. It's basically using bones as armor. Does it always do Frost? I think it actually does do Ghost Flame once we phase it. And then the horse. It's like a ghost corpse horse. It's very eerie. It's also partially melted. Sure looks like ghost flame to me. Ah! Yep, sure is. Yo, a second? I forgot about this. Oh, he does the double slam. He has so many switch ups. I gotta admit, on my first playthrough, I was a little annoyed by him because it just feels like there's so much to memorize. Like, I struggled a lot. Also the moving. But in general, I enjoy Putrescent Knight quite a bit. That was mean. It was a little mean. A bit of a mean combo. But we're you know, getting back into it. Yeah, I have seen some theories that this is the body of Radon. Because, yeah, Radon do be, like, dead. I think... personally, I don't think it's, like, literally. We kind of talked about what happened to Radon's body. Some of it, at least some of it, ended up in Alexander's innards. We don't know if he needs to take the whole body of somebody. Alexander's kind of mysterious. So it's totally possible that he needs to, like, take literally someone's entire body, or does he just take bits? And is that enough? Who knows? As far as we know, though, the jars do generally tend to bring someone's whole body. So that is actually cool because I sort of realized that I never considered that Radon's entire body was taken. But also some of his body just rotted away because he was scarlet rotted. So long story short, I don't think this is literally Radon. I also think that it takes a long time to become the putrescence. And these stone coffins are very ancient. And Radon is pretty freshly killed. So I don't think that he could, like, easily and quickly become goo. But I do think that this is sort of, well, foreshadowing. Because we have a knight that rides a horse that also is like this big, bulky type figure. And who is Miquella's, Trina's other half's consort. It's Radon. I do think this is also one of the sickest soundtracks. Also, someone asked, is this like a Midra reference? I don't. Oh shit! I missed my dodge there. I don't think it's like directly meant to be like literally Midra, but yeah, this is Midra's arena from Dark Souls 3. It's the same idea, down to dropping down into it and not dying, even though you should die to gravity, and just it being a cavern. But I think it's more just like FromSoft like reuse in a good way. Does Tioli have any voice lines if you summon him for this fight? Oh, I totally forgot you could summon him for this fight. Let's go talk to him. Because I kind of forgot that he's summonable. Yeah. Let's go tell him, because I think we should be able to tell him now. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry that happened to you, dude, but this is YouTube chat. I don't know how to help you.
I had something I wish to tell you. I'm heading south. I've recalled something that Sir Moore said. He discovered deep purple water lilies blooming on the southern shore. That must be where St. Trina was left to wither away. I'm heading south, to the shore Sir Moore mentioned.
Perfect. Where is my Tio baby? I don't think he shows up anywhere. I think he's just like summonable, but I really don't remember. I'm gonna double check. I forgot he's sort of the one who tells you where Trina is if you haven't already started on this, but yeah. I don't remember what his trigger is. Okay. Any groups that were treated similarly as the dragons in Dark Souls and Elden Ring? As in, like, killed in order to create an age? And then otherwise in bad shape? The giants. The giants in Elden Ring are very similar to the dragons. Except the dragons... I would say it's pretty similar. Except the dragons, there's nothing, like, inherently... There's less context for dragon culture, like there is for giants. Okay. So I know he's summonable. I just couldn't remember if there's any way to, like, talk to him before that, but... I think he just, like, appears, which is perfect. Let's go summon him. I don't think there's any dialogue, but still, I'd like to... It's our first time getting to see what TLDA is capable of. Yeah. This song is so Bloodborne. I think that's why I love it. Also, it reminds me of death, like riding a pale horse, right? Giants are similar to Twins Clan. Fire against dragons, sun mistreat their different size kindred. Also mistreat anything that isn't their kindred. But yeah, I see what you're saying. It's true. Oh, hell yeah. I also love the blue eyes as well. Come on, Telia, I want to show off what you do. What the heck was that? Doing great, Tio. That timing. Either way, it's fine. I wanted to show off his stuff and then kill him. Kill him though, because I had TLEA's help and I want to learn the moveset a little better. So, okay. In base game, Mikola represents safety to those who are mistreated in the world. Now, I say that. We talked about this on our way to the Halig Tree. There's definitely a bit of a caveat. He's generous and protects those who have nowhere else to go, but they still need to do something for him. And most are happy to serve. But we also know that he can brainwash people, so you gotta wonder, are they happy to serve? There's always that little asterisk when it comes to anything to do with Mikola. But I'm more referring here to the Albinarics, who basically become imprisoned in Everjail, from what we can tell, by choice, in order to protect the path to the Halictree and patrol the path to the Halictree. And they're safe, but like, once again, did they really choose that? There are also Black Knights that are protecting him. But we also find the corpse of one. So basically, they had to give up their bodies and choose to become spirits in order to do that. All right, I'm gonna die here because I want to fight him a bit more. Sheer amount of bones in this enemy could imply it's an amalgamation rather than just a giant or anything. Yeah, I don't think it's like one particular being. But yeah, I'm bringing this up for a reason. Mikola, when he's still combined with Trina, represents safety for people with nowhere else to go a lot of the time, right? The Albinaurics, the Misbegotten, find a home in the Halictree. We have Loretta and servants of Loretta who seem to be loyal to him by choice, as far as we can tell. And then now we have Trina, who's been abandoned, but there are still many people who are absolutely enamored with her and are searching for her, who are choosing to look for her. It's not just Teolie, we have Fivor, we have that ghost, whether it's Fivor or not. And then we have a place where, as far as we can tell, the dead, the impure, are left. To, well, rot, I suppose? I think Trina here represents a place for those with nowhere to go. And she welcomes them. So the Putrescent Knight serves her because it is the abandoned, rotting bodies of those who just were sent here in these stone coffins because they were impure. Impure or not, she accepts them, just as sleep accepts all of us. God damn it, I do not like that attack. I shouldn't have healed there, but I still don't like that one. Everything else is pretty neat. The Sinking City, an interesting Lovecraftian detective game. Interesting. Makes me want to play Nancy Drew. Ooh, Albinaurics into envoys. I don't think envoys are anything. Because, like, Mikola's an interesting figure, and I'm not saying he would be against transforming people into something else if it served him, but envoys definitely give me the vibe of, like, strange creatures that show up when they're needed. So in this case, to herald the start of a new age or the birth of a new divinity. That was greedy. Shouldn't have done it. Yo, that was fucked. That was straight up a true combo. Double hit. Deflect tier much? No. I don't really use the tiers too much. Reminds you of Orphan of Kos, but on a horse. The music especially is very Bloodborne, because Bloodborne, so much of the Bloodborne soundtrack is that exact, like, ghostly, haunting operatic singing. I love that you can hear like the note as we descend. I know Elden Ring has it too, but there's something about the way it's presented in this that is so unbelievably Bloodborne. Can't see what he's doing. Oh. I shouldn't have rolled dodge back. I was just trying to get closer to position so I could hit him here. God, he really does not give you many opportunities to safely attack. But it makes it very satisfying to dodge, so I can't be too mad. Fuck, not the exact fucking same thing happened again. That's so messed up. I got hit again into frost and I'm done. Holy shit. Yeah, you know what? It does look a little bit like Costa's placenta weapon, but it also makes me think of like, well, an executioner weapon. And a little, someone also said the Rotten earlier. Yeah, Dark Souls 2's the Rotten. It's basically a reimagined the Rotten, but what if the Rotten served someone? Either way, the source of the putrescence is likely people of the ancient dynasty who were impure for some reason. So, though they were... I mean, I feel like the burial in, like, these fancy stone coffins is an honor, but then the fact that they were sent away and they were said to be impure suggests that maybe it wasn't. Maybe that they were the dead that were sent away because they weren't allowed to be buried in the usual way. Because keep in mind, there's so many different burial traditions in so many different cultures. So what one culture sees as dishonorable could be an honor, right? But yeah, the fact that they were impure. The ghost flame is also a link to the ancient death religion of the Deathbirds. Which, yeah, could have something to do with it, because it said that those who burned their comrades for light sort of became cursed and couldn't ever surface again. They were forced to stay underground. That could have something to do with it, perhaps, now that I think about it. Remember the people who were sent to explore below? Not again. Okay, it keeps happening. I don't know how I did it the first time. At least now I'm confirmed in why I really dislike that one move, because it's just like so freaking annoying. Yeah, Band of the Hawk, but not. What are they called? Oh, I don't think I have their shield. And what do I have? Probably there. Ghost Flame Torch. Tool of the fallen hawks who prowl the underground rivers. When the band's last embers were used up in their long search, they began to burn the bones of their fellows, acquiring the cold ghost flame, but sealing their fate as dwellers of the underground for all eternity. Which is kind of interesting because the putrescence, it uses ghost flame. And it's underground. And all these stone coffins are underground. And even if they aren't underground, the ones above ground are still sealed in coffins. They are in the darkness. So there could be something there for sure. That's something about ghost flame forces you to stay underground. It could have something to do with this impurity. The inverted hawk shield. Yeah, I never went to get it. I forgot. Robert Chambers? Yeah. The King in Yellow. I think he was, what do you call it? Contemporary with Lovecraft? Yeah, definitely considered an inspo. Deathbirds. The Deathbirds are the origin of Ghost Flame. It helps to be a bit further away. Except for right there, where it didn't. And the same thing almost happened again. I shouldn't have healed. That was a bad heal. The horse and the thing got too close together. Whoops. The ships are going toward underground. Mikola is making them impure. No, this predates Mikola hella. Why Mikola put Trina down here, I think, is just because this is a one-way trip and there's no way to get her out. So I don't think, like, Mikola created any of this or planned this. I don't even think it was meant to be, like, a humiliation or disgrace, like throwing her in a death pit. I think it was just practical. The ships predate Mikola? Oh, yeah, they predate the, most of the civilizations here. This is likely the same coffins depicted in the... It's not called a triptych. What's it called? In base game, in the ancient civilization. Still hit me? Are you sure? That shit is crazy. Yeah, this is like pre-Erdtree. Yeah. This civilization is very old. This is the ruins that we see underground. Ancient dynasty. I usually call them civilization of old, but yeah. Mikola's answer to peace? No, this has nothing to do with him. He just put her down here for practicality's sake, really. How did that hit me? Okay, a bit more, and then I'll summon Teolia just to get him done. If I can, because this is just too much stalling. Fun fight, though. Sometimes they get, like, combined like that. I don't really know what the trigger is. Where they're like too close, you can't dodge them both. Oh shit. Ooh! Heal, please? Game. You eat my inputs? You hungry? Yeet! I really dislike that move. That's okay, we'll get Tio in here. Yeah, this is just what Mikkel left behind. What he abandoned. So, Trina's, or Mikkel's solution isn't sleep. That's just the aspect of Trina. That's just like what she is. Bunch of spirits that got mixed up with the abandoned Trina sleep essence. Not just spirits though, like the bodies of these ancient people. People who were considered impure and had nowhere to go and were likely, based on the fact that they were considered impure, by their own civilization, they were despised. And here, Trina accepts them. Trina accepts all. Oh, hell yeah, Tio, that was sick. I also feel like, so of course we talked about how Trina is kind of depicted like a drug, right? Like people become obsessed with her, they can't get her out of their minds. But also sleep is a lot like, not a lot like, everyone sleeps. It can be a time of peace, a time of rest for people who are suffering. One of the signs of depression is, well, wanting to sleep a lot, sleeping extra. It can also be not sleeping, but that's just a fun thing with depression. But anyway, it's still interesting. So people who are sad crave sleep. And who could be sadder than these people? Damn, dude. Oh my god, yo, Tio, you are fucking hot. I love a high stagger individual. That's my boy. I'm using the seamless co-op mod, so that's why he's not going home and I gotta send him home. Oh no, he's gone. Never mind. Perfect. Great, great, great. Remembrance of putrescence. Remembrance of the putrescent night hewn into the shadow tree. All tainted flesh eventually becomes putrescence, and this clump of it imbibed St. Trina's nectar, which granted it eternal rest. And so it was that putrescence became her night. Okay, so then again, it doesn't seem as if it's maybe like a choice. This clump imbibed St. Trina's nectar because it's literally flowing down from the corpses above. And thus combining with St. Trina's nectar. So how much of it is really a choice? But still, it granted rest to those who are restless. Because apparently the dead here are restless. Even up above, we have the congealed putrescences, these slime goo piles that crave... Well, they still try to kill you even though they're literally just piles of sludge, effectively. So granted rest, they become her night. sleep was a method of mind control. So, okay. Trina's mind control is passive. She's not sitting there trying to control people, but they become enamored with her. And that's a really interesting thing that we see with Trina versus Mikola. So, Trina doesn't try to attract followers. She doesn't teach people to put others to sleep. She doesn't tell her priests to shoot others with arrows to spread teachings. Like, they just do it because they are obsessed with her. Mikola actively compels that affection. It's the difference between passive and active. So even though they are cut from the same cloth, people become completely obsessed with them. Trina does it without trying, Mikola tries. This is not part of the plan, though. I don't think you choose your other half, right? And I think Trina gives us more evidence that you don't choose your other half. Because if Mikola had custom-built Trina to serve his purposes precisely, he wouldn't have needed to throw her into a pit to get rid of her. You know what I mean? So, generally, whatever an other half is, however they manifest, they are not chosen, they just are. Mikola was the planner. Mikola was the one who had these big ideas. Mikola wanted to make things happen. Trina didn't. She just wants to sleep. But she loves him very much, and she supports him. Except for with this plan. In this plan, she had her doubts. And it is perhaps because she loves Mikola that she had these doubts. Saint Trina Disciple Cookbook 3. A record of crafting techniques left by a disciple who pursued the teachings of the Saint of Sleep, yet what seemed a gentle sleep at first ripened into velvet. The lulling branch. Oh, that's interesting. Where is it? It's probably near the bewitching branch. I see. Oh, it's right there at the top. Lulling branch. It requires the dew gem. Interesting. And beast horns. Tree branch blessed with a velvety purple incantation. Pierce oneself, causing a gentle buildup of sleep. FP gradually recovers during this time. When this sleep reaches the threshold of causing temporary fogginess, no FP loss is incurred. In the midst of drowsiness, there is the will to awaken, feelings that rise from the depths of one's heart. That's really interesting. So this, when you get inflicted with sleep, it takes FP from you. Here, it's a way to restore FP. It's really interesting. Julia is supposed to be here, but I haven't rested at the Grace yet. Mikola changed plans a lot of the time. He did. He always had a plan. He always had an idea. And his plans involved Trina, too. Until they didn't. And it likely has to do with the nature of the plan. And we know that his plans involved Trina because of, once again, St. Trina's torch. The carvings depict St. Trina, but in adult form, somewhat unnervingly. Mikola's goal was to break his curse. That was one of his goals. He had many, but one of them was to break his curse of nascence. And Trina also is afflicted with the same curse of being an eternal child because they share a body. So the plan was to break his curse and therefore also break hers.
St. Trina, what velvety ambrosia is this? Your poison and the sweet sleep that follows. Oh, please, let me hear your voice.
Okay, so hang on. Just to finish my thought about Trina, Mikola, plan. Oh, Trina was involved in the plan. There's a depiction of her as an adult because that was the goal, right? Like, break our curse. We will be one body as adults. It didn't work. Mikola's plan changed. And one part of that plan was coming here, and Trina was clearly not about this because she loved Mikola and wanted what was best for him and them as a result. And part of that was like, this is not the right plan, so he had to get rid of her. Which is why he did. Anyway, here's Trina. She's a flower. She's just sleepy. You can even see how her hair changed color. So at the top it's like white, then it goes light purple, and then it goes richer purple and richer purple and richer purple as it goes further and further out. It's a gorgeous design. Also, she looks like a giant nectar blood version. Said to burgeon forth where the nectar-like blood of abandoned Saint Trina, or abandoned Trina pooled. She's basically a fully grown version of one. Hey, Tio.
Hello. Thank you for your help. Without it, I wouldn't have seen St. Trina again. I'm drifting off in the sea of her poison. Soon, I will hear her voice. Let me be. I won't be long. Oh, I almost forgot. You mustn't follow my example. St. Trina's poison would plunge you into an eternal slumber. It must be me, and only me. I am gone, adrift in sleep, so that I may hear St. Trina's lost voice. Let me be. I won't be long.
So Teolia gives us the hint that we have to imbibe her poison in order to progress our quest, because we have to hear her voice. And he keeps trying and he can't hear her, so it suggests keep doing it, keep trying it. Yeah. You can see her lips move. She's trying to tell us something, but we can't hear her voice. So, a couple of things. Number one, like I said, Teolia gives you the hint that you're supposed to do this. Because he says don't do it, which clearly means do it, right? Also, another hint is... Well, it's really just Tio. But one other thing we learn from him is that he has a tolerance. We know he's a poison maker. We know he's a long-term Trina fan, but this is like the sort of other side of it, is that like a user of a drug who develops a tolerance over time, the poison won't kill him, but it'll kill us. So he's been at it for a while.
I am gone, adrift in sleep, so that I may hear St. Trina's lost voice. Let me be. I won't be long.
Also, so he is a Trina worshiper, and we see that he has this white hair, right? There's no purple in his outfit, but what I think might be sort of suggested here is that at one point, Trina's hair was all white. And you can see she's even got white eyelashes. So I wonder if before she was separated, if her hair wasn't pure white. It's possible that it always had a little bit of purple in it, but I really think that maybe more of it came out. Or more of the purple, like it was never purple, but it just started to grow purple as, you know, she became more velvety. Because if you see, like I said, Teolia, he's, all white. It is a beautiful color. And Saint, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? We just found Trina. Yeah, also, we get the lore that the sword of Saint Trina turned purple, but it initially was silver, just like the Saint Trina sword. Silver, aka white. So, yeah, welcome in, everybody. We're just doing the lore run. We just found Trina. We're doing this, like, sort of really sad section. Really great music, absolutely. How is Night Rain? If you gotta go, Saint, I understand. Take it easy. Thanks for sending your community over. Welcome in, everybody. Let's die a few more times. Once again, her lips are moving, but we can't hear them. Like the way he moves, the jolt of it reminds me of catching myself about to fall asleep. Yeah, like dreaming, or also, what do you call it? Well, let's not forget that he's drinking poison, right? It's a poison that has an addictive property. Oh, also, the other thing we learned from him, I love when he says, "What sweet nectar is this?" or "velvety nectar," or whatever, that like that line that he says as we approach, because Trina's changed since he's last seen her, sorry. Her nectar is more intense. So presumably he was able to hear her voice before, but now she's gotten so much purer that you have to take more of her nectar and it's more dangerous. So she's become a more intense, robust version of herself, which suggests that Mikola also changed during the separation. Mikola's become someone different in this time, just like Trina has, to the point that her biggest fan doesn't, well, he recognizes her, but like, is like, what is this? This is new, sort of thing. You pressed triangle and X in the wrong order and put yourself back in depth 4, which is the new depth 3, apparently. Always has been. Did I get my runes? Oh, right. They're really nice. They put the runes out there so you don't forget. In the trailer, we see Trina fall fully formed. I actually don't remember that in the trailer. I gotta rewatch it. Which trailer? The story trailer? What's a dingus? It's just like, when you're cringe.
Why won't you share your voice with me? Grant me more of your poison, that I might drift further into sleep. Perhaps then you'll grace me with your voice. Please, leave me alone. Please, leave me alone.
Sag. This is also a sign that it's working. 3 is like the usual something will happen now. And something does happen. So it's like, okay, maybe we're on the right path. But yeah, Trina is trying to talk to us. She, as discussed, she's very passive. She literally just sleeps. But clearly there is something that she wants to get across. Because you see her lips move, but we cannot hear her. Her voice is too far away. And Tiolier apparently used to be able to hear her, and now he can't. So there are more consequences to becoming a purer version of yourself during a separation. Yeah. You change. Even the people who knew you before can't recognize you. Ooh. Trina has been abandoned in, frankly, a very cruel way. Everyone refers to her as the abandoned and, you know, gentle Trina, loving other self. All she does is sleep. She's completely passive. She harms nobody. Well, not directly, but naturally her sleep is addictive. But like I said, I don't blame the poppy plant for producing opium. She's the same way. It's just her nature. She's not trying to hurt anybody. She's not trying to amass followers. It's just something that happens. She is completely passive. But yet, here she's trying to tell us something, because this is very important. And we can finally hear her gentle voice struggling through, and it's make Mikola stop. Don't turn the poor thing into a god. Now, the poor thing could very well refer to Radon, right? Because together they become a divinity. And you know that phrase, like, don't turn the poor thing, like as if it's talking about someone else. But I also think it's referring to Mikola himself. And we also have learned that Trina represents love, like just love. That is her essence. Pretty sure Mikola is a poor thing. I agree, but at the same time, that phrasing is strange. Like, don't turn the poor thing into a god. Like, okay, make Mikola stop. Pause. ... Don't turn the poor thing into a god. So that's, like, interesting, because that suggests that Mikola is not the poor thing in the sentence. You know what I mean? That's sort of the thing. It's like, I also think it's meant to be like Mikola here, but the phrasing is odd, considering that. Also, they're different than Marika Radigan in that they are two beings who combine, right? Like, that's how they become a divinity. They become a divinity together, from what we can tell. Let's get more dialogue, though. It could also be like two separate ideas, though. Like, make Mikola stop is part one, a command to us, or an ask, like a request.
Godhood would be Mikola's prison. A caged divinity is beyond saving.
Okay, so yeah, it could be two separate ideas, like make Mikola stop, request number one, and request number two, don't turn the poor thing into a god. It could be a request to us because we turn Mikola into a god by playing the game. If we stop playing the DLC, if we're like, I'm done, we turn it off, Mikola will never become a god because it's directly linked to our actions. So it could also be that. I think it might make more sense if they're two separate ideas. It's just that line, the way it's worded, like, make Mikola stop, don't turn the poor thing into a god, suggests the poor thing is not Mikola. Gonna see if there's any more dialogue. Godhood would be Mikola's prison, a caged divinity is beyond saving.
You must kill Mikola. Grant him forgiveness.
A being of pure love that has only become a more intense love is begging us to kill the other half that she loves because it is a mercy. And this is sort of what I'm talking about. This is a lot like Marika. And here's why. We come to this land and we start killing everybody. And everyone's like, oh, see, like, Marika's so evil. She wants us to kill all their kids and this and this. Sometimes killing can be a mercy. And that's sort of what we're being introduced to here. That killing is granting forgiveness and saving someone from something way worse. And I think that that's sort of, it gives us this moment of like, whoa, if literally a representation of love, and not just general love, like literally this being loves her other half, like fully and completely, despite being abandoned, no bitterness, no hate. She is love. She doesn't experience that. She doesn't have those feelings. She just has love. And she's saying, kill Mikola. Grant him forgiveness. Also, yeah, the whole introduction of the term cage divinity, which we've never heard before. It sort of encapsulates this perfectly. You are a god, you have all this great power, but you are still in a cage. Now, we know that Trina, as far as we can tell, was on board with Mikola's other plans. We don't get any idea that she represented doubt in any other path until Mikola picked this one. In other words, she was #1 biggest fan, on the same side, chillin'. She didn't really do much, but she's like, I'm here for you. I love you, Mikola. Until this plan. This is the one plan that she's like, no, we can't do this. Which is why he abandoned her. But by abandoning her, he gave up his ability to love. Full period. Full stop. Like, there's nothing. He cannot love anymore. Because that part of him is gone.
Please, leave me alone.
Pass on St. Trina's words.
I'll thank you not to lie to me. I am the chosen, not you. Only I can doze off in the sea of St. Trina. Why would you hear her voice when I cannot? If you should utter these cruel untruths to me again, I won't be held responsible for my actions.
Try to pass on St. Trina's words again.
Please, enough. I cannot believe your cheek. And I will stand for it no longer. I will never forgive you.
It's understandable. Bro's got like one personality trait. And, you know, he's kind of in a crisis right now. It's okay. We can forgive him. Mikola is merely kind then now and not loving under those terms. Maybe it's just me. I don't think that you can truly be kind without love. Because that would be...
I will never forgive you.
acting,
For your
I suppose.
trespass, you will know my poison.
Invaded by Teolia! Exclamation mark. I also think it's pretty interesting that, like, Mikola mind controls people and he tells them to call him kind, basically. I have my doubts on if he actually is in the first place. I also think back to the... Oh, right. Death dialogue. Fuck it up, Tio.
St. Trina would never say such things.
Also, it is pretty twisted for her, for sure. But yeah, I understand, like, titles and respect and stuff, but, like...
never forgive you. For your trespass, you
it's
will
culty.
know my poison.
You come to this place and there's a bunch of people who are like, oh, I love Mikola, kind Mikola. Mikola, I support Mikola. I follow great, kind Mikola, sweet, good Mikola. He's so kind. Like I talked about at the start of this DLC long run, you're supposed to be like, this is freaky, this is weird. Like, y'all are weird. What's going on here? It's like a script.
Why did you mislead me? Such strength, but for what?
Saint Trina's smile. Sleep in the vicinity increases attack power. A talisman depicting a smiling Saint Trina. A vision conjured deep within a certain man's heart. Actually kind of sweet though, like he just wants to see her smile. Raises attack power when sleep is triggered in the vicinity. Only I am allowed to know of your velvety sleep, its sweetly gentle embrace. So please, smile for me and only me. Okay, and then I went to creepy immediately. Never mind. He wants her to smile only for him. Okay, it's creepy. Possessive. Tio. There's a reason I think Tio didn't hear Trina. So. Also, really though, it's gotta suck. But like, she's not gonna sleep you, bro. Only watch Wraff. Also, thanks so much for 8 months. Welcome back. Okay. What if she grew weaker in some respects? It's more difficult to hear her voice now. You need to fall into a deeper slumber. I think it's more just the fact that she has gotten more intense at what she is, and what she is generally loving, gentle, but passive. So now you have to go so deep into sleep to hear her voice. Because she's further away. It is possible she got weaker. It doesn't mean, I do love this, just like face down in the goo.
You. I was no good to anyone. Beginning to end. Weak as a kitten, and thick as 2 planks. I suppose dying in disgrace is fitting, in a way. Tell me, please, assuming you spoke the truth back then, what did St. Trina tell you?
Pass on St. Trina's words.
You are a wretched, wretched soul. A nightmare come to plague me. Such a thing could possibly be. Could it? St. Trina, please let me hear your voice in my everlasting slumber. St. Trina, in my everlasting...
Okay. So we can repeat the dialogue too from Trina. I think another reason why he's so upset by this, and I don't remember fully, because it's been so long since I cleared the DLC, I think that when you defeat Trina, or Mikola, Trina also dies. I remember getting like an item from her or something. I don't remember though. But that could be a part of it too, is like Trina's basically asking Teolier to kill a part of herself. And I think she ends up dead too, but I don't remember. Could be something like that. Is he dead or sleeping? He's not dead. He's talking. He's fine. So that's Teolier's quest done. Oh, also, I love Garden of Deep Purple. It's beautiful. But yeah, so that would be such a crazy, cruel thing to hear, is to serve the one that you care about and love, you'd have to kill her, basically, right? Like, no wonder Tio's so upset by this, for sure. Either way, give me just 1 minute. Gonna use a restroom, and then we shall continue. I think we're gonna do the Abyssal Woods. I think it's time. Ooh. 1 minute. Hey, hello. Back to it. Let's visit the Abyssal Woods. That's next. Right here. Oh, I did want to check, almost forgot the Butrescent Knight lore. Yeah, that was a hell of a delay, yeah. Don't think you were supposed to say that when I was still here. Okay, so the Putrescent Knight. The Putrescent's Cleaver, which scales with Arcane. That's really interesting. Weapon wielded by the Putrescent Knight, a great cleaver of hardened putrescence affixed to an arch fashioned from human bones. Gains power from the wielder's arcane attribute. Associated with Albinaurics as well. Because that's where Albinaurics gain their power. Also with the Formless Mother, things like that. But still, like, specifically, like, saying that in the description makes me think of Albinaurics as well. Unique skill, Spinning Guillotine. Hold the putrid blade at both ends and arch body backwards to deliver a powerful overhead chop. Repeated inputs deliver follow-up attacks for as long as stamina allows. Strong attack performs a leap followed by a spinning attack. It's got weird legs. Yeah, his legs are like gone. Absolutely. So, yeah, that it could be something to do with that as well. It's very interesting. Also, the putrescence is basically like people become goo and Albinaurics are able to change form. They're liquid, so something going on there too. Also, yeah, good point about Mikola. He's unable to love, but commands of others to love him. It's also really strange because if you love someone, you shouldn't want to force them to love you, right? Like, that's a very strange thing to do, which kind of also is why I don't believe that Melania was charmed. Personally, because I think that he clearly loved Melania and, you know, tried to help her, and they have a deep bond. So even though she's cursed, right? Even though, like, Radigan could do nothing for her. And there's also the question, did Radigan want to even help Melania? Personally, I think no, because she fits outside of the Golden Order, and therefore he wasn't interested. Everything that he cared about was fairly narrow in scope, and as a result, she wouldn't be included in that. So there's definitely that. Either way, though, Mikola did care about Melania and love her and etc. So, that's why I think he became worse with compelling people to love him later. It doesn't mean that he wasn't capable of cruelty too. Like, Moog, he used Moog. So he was able to be cruel to people by mind controlling them. But I also think he did truly love some people. So Godwyn, Melania, but now he's not capable of it. He literally doesn't have the ability to anymore. So, anyway, Vortex of Putrescence. Sorcery used by the Putrescent Knight. Launches a whirl of putrescent jets that bathe the surroundings of all they touch in ghost flame. In an age long past, death was burned by ghost flame. Even the remains of tainted flesh were given equal treatment in death. Ah, that explains that their bones were burned. The great ghost flame. So that suggests that the civilization of old was also linked to the death and ghost flame and twin birds. Also, int and faith. That makes sense. Just like the death sorceries. They all require int and faith. Oh, right. I should check if there's any gear. I don't think there is, though. Cool. Very neat fight. Very interesting lore. YouTube chat crashed. Just FM. Neat. Okay, there we go. Sort of like Letta. Like, it's totally possible that Mulaney was charmed. It's also possible that Mikola charms people without even trying. It's just something he does inherently. So, yeah, I don't think that Mulaney was charmed. I think that she served him with that level of loyalty without any charm. Just like Letta. Okay, Abyssal Woods. And even then, like, there's an argument for both, right? Because she's really devoted, but she's also just really loyal. I think that my personal interpretation is that she's like Radigan. Because as a child of Marika and Radigan, she has both Melania and Mikola kind of seem to embody traits of their parents, with Mikola taking the Marika part in terms of being an excellent creator, the other half thing, clearly having some really unique, really the creating part is the huge thing that I think is very much Marika. Also his appearance. And then Melania is this super powerful, mighty warrior. Just like Radigan is, but also she is incredibly loyal. She's like a die-hard Mikola stan. Kind of like Radigan is with the Golden Order. Like, he doesn't care. He's just... Even when the Elden Ring is shattered, even when everything is terrible, he's like, I must hold on to it because this is what I believe in, right? Like, he has that intense loyalty. And Melania embodies it as well. It's just with Melania, it's like... You know, Radigan is on the side of stagnation. So I'm very much, like, critical of him there. But at the same time, he has that extreme loyalty and he holds on to what he believes in. At all costs. So... Mikola know the difference between those who love him versus those enchanted to love him? That's a great question. We also do know that his ability to charm was linked to his Great Rune. Now, did he always have the ability and the Great Rune enhanced it? Because, okay, Great Runes, just a quick side note on Great Runes because it's very interesting. Great Runes sort of embody the traits of their bearers, but they also change their bearers by being held, right? So it's like a mutual thing. We get in the opening cutscene the newfound taint of their mad strength or something like that. But basically, Great Runes change the people who bear them because they have great power. But which is the one I'm thinking of? Radon. The Great Rune burns to resist the encroachment of the Scarlet Rot. That makes me think of, you know, Radon and his Red Mage Knights. They literally, like, they created so much fire to stop the spread of the rot, and the rune itself is started to burn as if like Radon's own instinct. Wow, I touched my keyboard there. This one. The blessing of this half-rotted rune reduces the healing power of the Flask of Crimson Tears. The rune is half-rotted because Melania was half-rotted. But due to the infusion of Melania's Spirit of Resistance, attacks made immediately after receiving damage will partially recover HP. So, the rune changed because of Melania. We don't really know what the rune did to her. But she changed the rune. So does the rune charm because Mikola charms, or does the rune help him charm? I think it's a little bit of both. I think his ability to charm was enhanced by his Great Rune. The runes seem to enhance their wielders slash bearers' natural abilities. So, yeah. But does Mikola know? I don't know. It's a great question. More of these man-flies. Haven't seen them in a while. You're saying the rune got him started on the idea of mind control? I mean, maybe the rune, like, enhanced... I think his ability to charm was sort of inherent. I really do think it was. Because great runes, they give you benefits, but they don't give you, like, insane abilities. So for Melania, she gives you her rune gives you the ability to heal after taking damage, and it's said to be because of her spirit of resistance. Though Godric's great rune is like, yeah, the great rune is known as the anchor. This great rune is known as the anchor ring found in the center of the Elden Ring, and as the center descended from Godfrey, Godric, it raises all attributes. That's the blessing. And it's not said that it's like Godric's own ability. So, you know, I guess it sort of depends. The rune bearers were changed and the runes were changed, but it sort of depends on the order. I don't think that you get abilities from great runes though. Like, I don't think that Miquella was like unable to charm until the shattering and then he got this ability. Personally. But like I said, there's an argument to be made for the reverse. Do you think that Marika was able to charm like Miquella? I did think that in base game, but basically DLC made me realize no, I don't think so. I had a theory that that's where Miquella got it from, like this supercharged charisma. Because that's really what it is. Like, charisma is the ability to get people to like you. Miquella gets people to love him so much that they only care about him. It's really just like Riz turned up to 11. So I was like, maybe Marek is the same thing because she also managed to, you know, convince everyone to follow her and rule this whole land and stuff. But nothing in the DLC really gives us that impression, so I've changed my mind. But yeah, the Bewitching Branch tells us that Miquella was able to compel affection. So I'm just wondering if that's... Like, I think that it was like an ability of his. He was able to use that ability and channel it into objects, right? In fact, how do we craft those? Let me take a look, because I have the ability to craft them now. Miquella's Lily and Sacramental Bud, which is his blood. Sacramental buds are strongly implied to have been grown of Miquella's blood. And Miquella's Lily, which are associated with him. So it's not like his great rune as far as we can tell. I think it would just be a little... Personally, I just think it would be weird if great runes gave you abilities suddenly. Like, suddenly people got superpowers. I think it just makes them stronger. And that includes Miquella's mind control. But it also suggests maybe the great rune made him more willing to use his mind control too. Yeah. Nala charmed the academy with her full moon. It's true, although that one's a little bit more twisted too. Because there's a slight suggestion that even Renala herself was charmed by the full moon, because the moon is inherently beguiling. So she was beguiled by the moon and thus beguiled others. There really is some sinister subtext to the moons in general. Lore on fly mold? Yeah, we already talked about this before, but it's cultivated and used in pots. So, someone mentioned before, and I definitely think this is possible. Someone in chat was saying that they think that the flies were the people were intentionally turned into flies so that they could be used for pot innards. Definitely possible because it says cultivated, like as if they were intentionally made. And the disease only kills, the fly disease only kills the weak, the strong become flies. And it's an incredible suffering to become a fly. So... Thanks to the wisdom of chat, we now know Miquella was actually sleeping with everyone to gain their loyalty. God, twisted, but... Did he get rid of his great rune willingly? Sorry, who? Miquella? I think Renella charmed the Academy more in a look I'm clever and strong way rather than a literal charm. Hang on. What am I looking for? I passed it. Met the full moon. No. What am I looking for? There's something that says she was also beguiled by the moon. I think it might be her spell. Because I'm trying to think where I got this from. Queen Renala encountered this enchanting moon when she was young, and later it would bewitch the Academy. So it doesn't just use the word beguile, it also uses the word bewitch and enchanting. Enchanting moon, right? And it says that the moon is enchanting when she encountered it. So I really think that there's something underneath that surface that she saw the moon and she became its vessel, but she was also enchanted by it in a literal sense. Like to be enchanted is like literally like a witch cast a spell on you, right? And then bewitching the Academy. Yeah. So I'm not saying that the moon is like inherently evil and it's tricking people and it's mind controlling them like Mikola. I just think that there's something about the moon. But then again, it could also refer to who doesn't love to look at the moon? It's gorgeous, right? So maybe it's as simple as that. Yeah. Still, the multiple use of words that are like charm, enchant, beguile. They don't say charm, they say beguile. But you know what I mean. They're synonymous. Also, yeah, dry leaf seal we found here. Sacred seal of the spiritual seekers known as the dry leaf sect. Enhances incantations which conjure golden rings of light. Those who saw the decline of the Erd Tree and the fallen leaves long ago braced themselves for the weakening of order and embraced a strict faith. And then they made to serve a new god. So, yeah, the Erd Tree was declining. This was after the shattering. Or it could be before the shattering, actually, because fallen leaves, right? And then, of course, we have that line in the trailer, the fallen leaves tell a story. Yeah, oh no, this is pre-shattering. Yeah, no. They could see that the order was weakening. So they became strict in their faith, but they made ready for the replacement for the Golden Order. And even Radigan was preparing Mikola to be the replacement. But then Mikola left Golden Order fundamentalism. So it makes sense that Dryleaf Dane worships and serves Mikola. No charm needed. Mm-hmm. Interesting, the two people who explicitly have the ability to charm have names ending in law. Hey, I never noticed that. That's a good point. And then also Renala, who was beguiled by the moon, ends up enchanted by this egg that just completely controls her mind. And it is said that when Radigan left her, her heart went with him. Ooh, coffins. Oh, helpful. I always check waterfalls for secrets. Celestial Dew? So we know that sleep brings a great oblivion, and that it, a lot of people seek this rest that comes from sleep. And then we also have the night, which is still present in this. And the night is depicted as this, like, deep darkness. Even in Elden Ring, and there's also this idea of, like, well, you know, what is it? Why are they trying to create their Lord of Night, you know? But we've heard about the night, even in Elden Ring, before Night Rain. And then we encounter it in Night Rain. And what it is you forget. It's like ego death. You forget who you are. You forget your purpose. You forget everything about yourself. So you don't care about anything anymore. The things that mattered to you, the people that mattered to you, you don't remember them anymore. You're just one with the night, and the night accepts all. Okay, I thought this might drop something, but it was... Ronnie has locked Renala into a stupor. I actually don't think she's locked Renala into a stupor, but I think that she doesn't mind that she is in this state because she considers it a peaceful oblivion. The sweet oblivion of sleep. And it's peaceful for her, and Renala is happy. So it's better than waking her up. It would be suffering to wake her up. So I don't actually think that... I think it's very telling that in the cutscene for Renala, in her phase 1, when she's just totally wackadoodle, her eyes look golden. Because they are reflecting the egg. It looks as if she has grace in her eyes when she wouldn't ordinarily, and when we see her, she has blue eyes, but in that cutscene, her eyes look gold. Because it's all she can see. It's not Ronnie's moon that beguiles her, that keeps her calm, it's the egg. When she loses the egg, she's like, oh... She speaks to it. She's like, oh, I'm coming, don't worry. I don't remember exactly what she says. You know what I mean. You know that like weird waterfall training that you sit under a waterfall? Looks like that's what Dryleaf Bro is doing. Sun-faded and lightly soiled travel attire worn by clergymen. The gold necklace found under the breast belongs to a group of spiritual seekers known as the Dryleaf Sect. This sect rejects dependence on others and all manners of faith, seeking self-discipline and self-sufficiency above all else. Yeah, so they say dry leaf, right? And considering the leaves of the Erd tree were falling, and that's what they named themselves. Dryleaf arm wraps. Sun-faded and lightly soiled arm wraps wound tightly around the arms as if it might prevent them from being broken. Boots made of sturdy leather. I do think the egg speaks to her and is a big part of why Renala is the way that she is, though. Radigan, as far as we can tell, didn't care about Renala. So, as a result, I question why he gave her the egg. Why do you give a goodbye present to someone you don't care about? Especially one that seems to possess her mind. I don't think that she's just sad that her husband left her. I think there's something else in the egg. And just every way that the cutscene is depicted, with like how you see her, she's holding the egg, and she acts like a child. She's floating in a cradle. So she's simultaneously a child and a mother. Because she's, you know, rebirthing these creatures, but is also like just floating in a cradle herself. So... Rakshasa. Gotta be real careful. Bro has extreme hyper armor. Oh, nice. Jump attack. Love that. And then I can't hit him with mine. Rich Slumber seems like Ronnie thinks it's good for Renala. Well, think about what Ronnie is doing. Like, remember that she's trying to, like, follow her own path. Betray everything is what she says. Renala would try to stop her. I'm not saying, like, violence. I just mean, like, in the sense of being her mom and being like, Ronnie, like, I don't give a shit. Oh, God damn it. She's gonna go to the moon all alone forever to save the world? That's her mom. She's probably gonna try to stop her. So let her be at peace is sort of her logic. Yeah, we already talked about the Sword of St. Trina. Yeah. Extreme hyper armor. Might have to go back to my Starfist for bro over here. I also am considering trying this weapon because it seems like it'd be very strong, so I think that'd be perfect. That's the case, like a big plan to ruin Karya. Why do children with her and not simply a knife in the bed? Because the plan really was peace. It's just with Radigan gone, Renala might become a threat again. Because their peace was cemented by marriage. So if you divorce someone who was an enemy, and you married them for peace, but you're trying to keep peace, what do? You make sure that person's not going to become an enemy. It makes perfect practical sense. Like, really, it's something Ronnie would do. And I mean that as a compliment. She's really Machiavellian. But she does what needs to be done, right? It's so hard. Oh, God. This is what I'm talking about with the hyper armor. Plus the range. I think we'll go to Great Stars real quick, see what we can do. Those two versions? Yeah, we already talked about that. We literally talked about both swords and compared them earlier, yeah. Weed Cutter is a fair move, just spam L2. Yeah, 100%. That's how I intend to play the game. It's perfect. This might be better, but it just hits harder, so... And, like, it has a little bit more range, so we'll see how it goes. But, this is just... It's a tough... individual. This is our final... Wow. See? Even a jumping L1 doesn't stop the hyper armor. Remember your character's skill issue? Oh my god, that was her name! I totally forgot. I was trying to remember what I named her. Thank you. Yeah, I was like, I put a clip of her up on Instagram, and I was like, I can't remember her name. Did I name her Cheesecake? No, I named her skill issue. Because the joke was, I just click L2, so if you die, it's a skill issue. It's just a stupid build joke. But I called her my cheesecake build, because it's like when I don't really want to play, I just invade and press L2, so it's like eating cheesecake. I totally forgot. Oh, you know what? You have one too. That's fair enough. Wondering if he bleeds. Yeah, he sure does. Rakshasa's great katana. He left a wolf to protect her? I do not think he left the wolf to protect her. I know they're called Red Wolves of Radigan, but they're also bright red. And we know that one of his major personality traits is he hated his red hair. So there's several red wolves all over the place, but I genuinely don't think they're linked to him. Only one of them is called the Red Wolf of Radigan, and that is the one in the, what do you call it? in the academy that you're talking about, right? We also know though that wolves are linked to the Carians, right? Like Renala summons them during her boss fight. Ronnie gives us the spirit of 3 wolves when she gives you the spirit calling bell. So I wonder if the Red Wolf of Radigan wasn't a gift from Renala to Radigan because they have a tie with wolves. Now, it's the Red Wolf is interesting because red hair, that one in particular, not all of them do, it uses something akin to Crucible incantations because it summons this like orangey hued dagger and also uses sorceries. So it is a lot like Radigan. Don't get me wrong. But does the wolf protect Renala? Considering we know for a fact that she, after Radigan left, because she was weak and like, you know, she was sad, the people, what do you call it, the scholars there, the Lucarians, they locked her in the library. And sure, she was safe there, I guess. It's not like they were trying to kill her. But like, if the dog was trying to protect her, shouldn't it be there? The one who's trying to protect her is Moonbroom. I don't know. I think the dog is arguably protecting her, but I don't think Radigan left it, if that makes sense. Seriously, he hates his red hair. He doesn't interact with any of his red-haired children as far as we can tell. A lot of them seem to just be, like, chilling in areas associated with the Carians, but I wonder if they aren't Carians. Like Carian wolves. Because remember, the Crucible has become the Erd Tree, but the Crucible also predates the Erd Tree. So the wolves being red is just, they mean they're very ancient wolves. Yeah, functionally though, the dog does protect her. Like the Red Wolf of Radigan does protect her. But I just find it odd that he would, you know, leave the wolf. Okay, got Rakshasa. Right, I should read the lore. Forgot, sorry. Rakshasa's great katana. A great katana with the tempering pattern of its blade forever stained red with blood. Weapon of Rakshasa, who cuts down and devours. A berserker's weapon used to endure enemy attacks and reply with one's full fury. When attacking, the wielder is less likely to stagger from counterattacks, but will also take increased damage. Unique skill, Weed Cutter. Performs scythe-like horizontal swings with the sword, cutting men down as if they were weeds. Additional input allows for the continuation of the attack for as long as stamina remains. It makes it a lot like the Dancer's swords as well. You press L2 and the attack will continue until it's done, although it's a much stronger version, and yeah, it's just very strong and good. It's very OP. I should have realized it uses a ton of dex. I don't have that much dex. I have 24. We're close. Still, I don't think I'll run it this build. Not this build. Rakshasa Helm. I also forgot Rakshasa's a she. Helm of Rakshasa soaked in the spurting blood of her victims. Tatters of ragged cloth jut out haphazardly as if her lust for carnage threatens to break free. Increases damage dealt to foes, but greatly increases damage taken by the wearer. Cut down and devour. Only those who repeat the cycle without rest can truly subvert the self and become Rakshasa. Like becoming a demon. Also, Rakshasa is, I believe, some sort of demon in a mythos. I actually don't know, but I know because I've heard the name Rakshasa. It's a persona in Persona. And I remember something about Demon of Hatred, but I don't remember where. So it's just straight up that, yeah. Ah, it's Hinduism. I was gonna guess Hinduism, but I wasn't sure. So another entity, another being, another person that has lost who they are and become something else. All of these graves have one. They lost their identity and just have become something else. I didn't do that on purpose. Ronnie is not a puppet. Ronnie is a doll. There's a difference. It's interesting though, because Ronnie very decidedly is trying to not be like she is a doll and is trying to be something else. Like she's trying to break her fate and circumvent the plan that has been set aside for her and make her own plan, and she does it by entering a doll's body. It's very interesting. But no, she's not a puppet. In fact, she's trying very hard to not be anyone's puppet, which is why she has to give up her body. Oh. I knew I was forgetting something. It's a silver lining that I fell there. Because I might have forgotten about this. I knew that this was the path to the fly village or whatever it's called, but still. There's also a red wolf down underground near Nokron. Oh, you listed that one. I just mean, like, I saw someone earlier was saying that they're in places associated with the Carians, but it's also like people were saying that the Godskins are in places associated with the Carians, and they are, but I wonder if it's just sort of a coincidence. It's a strange coincidence, I know. But I think it's more like Rykard is squatting in the Glomide Queen's castle, like old castle, so there's Godskins there. Radahn's tower seems to have been linked to the Glomide Queen, which is why there's Godskins there, and there's treasure there. And Ranni has given up her body, so that apparently interests the Godskins there. So it's one of those things that, like, it seems to be like lore, like, oh, are the Carians linked to the Glomide Queen? I think no, but it sure seems like it. So very interesting. There's a curse blade here. They can block. It's very interesting. They're interested in the Rune of Death. Oh, it could be that too. Yeah, absolutely. Red wolf in the consecrated snowfields. It's true. Yeah. I feel like, once again, the red hair thing is, well, I think it's a red herring. The game makes it like, oh, the giants had red hair, therefore Radagon equals giant. But then we learn that red equals the color of the crucible. So it's kind of a trick. It is the giants. The giants had red hair, but why do they have red hair? Because they're close to the crucible. They're very ancient. Keep in mind, that's just my interpretation. You could totally argue the opposite. I totally get it. I'm just like, I just see it differently is all. Village of Flies. That's what I was looking for, yeah. So the curse blade is here, and then we have this location that at the Ailing Fly Village, or whatever it's called, the Ailing Village, where there's a bunch of flies the first time we see them. We get this lore that they're sorry, not lore. They're being supported. Oh, are you gonna kill me with that? Really? You're serious? This guy. I was talking about this guy. There's a horn scent supporting them and buffing them with a spiral weapon. It's as if he's a gardener and they are his garden. So I really think that there is some strong suggestion here that the Hornsen were actively creating flies, cultivating them, and the fact that they used the Formless Mother's incantations does also suggest to me that the Formless Mother was a key part of Hornsen worship. Curse Blades may have been failed deities, but they're still here protecting the Hornsent, so... Manfly ashes. I did lose my runes, unfortunately, because, like, I died earlier and then I went a different path, but it's fine. Yeah, he's like a shepherd. The Hornsent who care for the flymen do not get sick. They're not caring for them. They're corralling them. Because remember, it's a sickness, but once they pass this... Oh my god, the grab is so awful. Once they pass the point of, like, transformation, that's just, like, the end course of the sickness now. Do you know what I mean? So what they were doing in the lore that you're talking about, those were the ones burying the dead. So presumably they might have actually been trying to treat people. These guys, I don't think they're trying to help anybody. And especially if they use Formless Mother incantations, they're not trying to help anybody. The Formless Mother is all about suffering and pain. So there were some who were presumably actually trying to help them, but I don't think it's these dudes. Okay. Manfly ashes. Ashen remains in which spirits yet dwell. Used to summon a spirit. Oh my god. Picked a bad spot. I'm getting attacked by flies. Afflicted Hornsent eventually metamorphosed into a fly-like form. It was believed that the moment the transformation took place, they were relieved from their suffering. Oh, that's actually really interesting. Because that's also, like, the jars. Their goal is to make them saints. So they suffer and are in agony, but it's for a good cause. And that's similar to the manflies. It's like, yeah, we infect them and turn them into flies, but then they don't suffer anymore. Yeah, Radigan isn't hammering as we enter the boss room because, like, they're just... Marika's just been crucified. But in the opening cutscene, we see Radigan hammering in turn with Marika. So that's him trying to repair it, yeah. Also, is Ranni a hero or a villain? She believes she's heroic and she ends up... She's sacrificing herself, trying to make things better for everybody. That is heroic, but she also does awful things to be there, to get there. So she's... I think the term would be anti-hero. Listen, I'm not really good at terms. Does heroic things in a fucked up way. It's pretty much anti-hero to me. What weapon is this? Sorry. Dry leaf arts. Just hands and feet. Why is the Godskin Apostle in the Windmill Village? Because Dominula follows the tradition of godskins still to this day. They skin people. They have this, like, fun little dancing flower crown tradition, and they skin people. They are like the descendants of the godskins. Oh, I see what you mean. Ida mentions that those tending to them don't get sick. I think that might be also a reference to a real life phenomenon, though. When people treat an illness, they don't become sick because they get, they develop immunity to it. Right? So, like, a lot of nurses who treated illness, like, I think, like, typhoid is one of them. still, there could be additional significance, like you're saying, that they weren't intentionally infecting people. Yeah, I definitely think they were. That's something I was looking out for in this playthrough, and I think it's all but confirmed indeed that they were intentionally infecting Horn Scent and whatnot. So they did everything to turn people into pots. Like, their whole culture revolved around it, and it was a fairly known thing. But if you ask people, hey, do you want to get turned into a pot? Well, there's a lot of ghosts saying no, and there's a lot of ghosts saying, please don't let me become a fly. So clearly the Horn Scent didn't really care for that, but I guess they didn't really get to choose, right? Suffering was inflicted upon them. There it is, even lower. Oh, interesting. This is right below Bonnie Village. So you really... Oh god, I fell. I didn't mean to. Okay, we're good. That was lucky. You really do get to choose. Would you like to go to Bonnie Village and become a pot? Or would you like to go to the village of the flies and get turned into a fly? If you're lucky. If you're weak, you'll just die. We are starting to get really low. Two excellent choices. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and the fly mold, it's interesting because I guess the flies get to survive and be flies instead of people. But yeah, that's like... Oh. This is quite a catacomb. Wow, it's dark. I mean, it's called the Dark Light Catacombs, I suppose. My god, that scared me. Oh my goodness. I really do love the use of the dark here. Like, you actually need a light. Let's just rest. Oops. Oh yeah, the runoff from the jail. Although I wouldn't even say there's runoff from the jail. The Hornset do not waste their materials. That's one thing I'll say about them. They're actually very good about that. The jars don't rot because they're all refrigerated. Although maggots do grow, so I guess maybe that isn't entirely true. So the mechanic here is you find levers and you pull them and it turns on lights so you can start to see where to go. And maybe find alternate paths too. Viridian Amber Medallion. Ooh. It's so creepy to see movement in the distance. What the? It's messed up. Oh yeah, the maggot masks. Yeah, we haven't gotten Horns. Oh my god, I totally forgot about Hornsent's quest. I'm gonna have to pick. Chat, what happens if I just don't pick with Hornsent and Letta and I just fight Mesmer? Like, I really don't remember. I can look it up. It's been so long with Hornsent's quest and Letta's quest. I don't want to kill Hornsent with Letta because I want to, like, progress this quest a little bit, but I did tell Letta we should kill Hornsent, so, you know, I might have made a choice already, unfortunately. You miss it? I miss what? I can't do Hornsent's quest. Want to fight Letta with Ansbach? No, I don't want to do that. I just want to leave Letta alone. Miss her reward and dialogue from that encounter, but you can still do either of his other endings. Okay. I'm just gonna have to look this up, I think, because, like, I just don't remember all the permutations, so I want to read everything all in one go. But I think if I help Letta, or help Hornsent with Letta, he says thank you, and Letta's like, hey, what the heck? But I mean, I don't think she gets pissed. Like, she gets pissed. I don't think she'll ask me for advice anymore, so we won't get her dialogue with Ansbach. But, like, I also don't want to kill Ansbach with her, so... I think Letta's just a little rude about it. Looks like there's a golden light there, but it's just a trick of the light. You can ignore the Letta invasions? Yeah, but I'd like to get, like, dialogue and stuff. I don't think there's any illusory walls here, but I'm still gonna check. Because... well, I don't remember. Oh, I heard you breathing. That's what it was. Which is weird because you're a golem. Dark. Rude. Okay, just continuing for now. Sneaky. I need to turn on more of the lights, because I know the lights also hide secrets. Like, they show you things that you otherwise can't see, but right now I'm not doing a great job of finding them. No, we're not done here. I can't go lower. No, let's go back. Remind me of an item? Well, let me explore it first. Because, like, I'm not done the thing, so... Like, I'm still doing my usual exploring. Not done yet. I don't really remember this place as well, but I did pretty good in the other catacomb, as far as I can tell. So... yeah, see, there's stuff up there. Well, I can see this, but... oh. Cool. Shadow Realm Rune, but it doesn't lead anywhere. No problem. Still need to turn on more lights, though. That's where I just was. There's this. Hi. It's the principle of the matter. Where is bro? There you are. Okay, get ready for this. Wait for this. Boom. Get got, nerd. You think you can ambush me? Get your sinuses checked, sweetie pie. Mouth breather head ass. Really though, you should get some saline solution for those MFers. Hell yeah, Death Knight. Cool. Golden Helm of the Death Knights, whose own death mask served as the visors, I think, of their armor. Enhances skills and incantations of the capital's ancient dragon cult. The decayed golden wheel that adorns it represents their unbroken loyalty to Godwyn, he who became Prince of Death. Death Knight armor. Golden armor of the Death Knights adorned with an antiquated depiction of the Erd Tree. These knights, once Godwyn's personal guard, quested to find their transfigured master's cadaver surrogate for the coming age of the Duskborn. And the Duskborn is Duskbloods? No, sorry. It's the ending. We can pick that ending with the mending rune. So it really makes you wonder if they were searching for the cadaver surrogate. Wait, does it say singular or plural? It says cadaver surrogate, but there are many of them, and each one is guarded by a Death Knight. Ah, you know what? I just learned that I also have a deviated septum. I had a feeling, because sometimes one of my nostrils is more goofed up than the other. Turns out, yep, totally do. It's not too bad, but like I do have a deviated septum. That explains why, when I get sick, one of my nostrils is way more goofed than the other. Okay. Damn, dude. Bro almost ended my whole career. Godwyn really inspired loyalty like no one else. It's true, although, well... thing is, a lot of figures in this game inspired that loyalty. Like, really. But that one, I find the Godwyn thing to be very interesting because Okay, I think I found everything, but I don't feel like I turned on all the lights. I'm gonna do one more sweep. We have Godwin, who is, sorry, Fortisax and Mikola. Fortisax and Mikola were siblings to Godwin. Siblings and like almost like a brother. Or maybe a roommate with Fortisax. But you know what I mean? They were close and they loved him and they had a personal connection with him. They didn't just serve him as like, well, a knight or an underling. Like, not to be like derisive here, but you know, Godwin's personal guard were his guards, right? They were like sworn to him. They were exceptionally loyal to him. But that's a really interesting one because they say like loyal even beyond death. Sure, except Mikola and Fortisax both hated what happened to Godwin. And were trying to help him and stop the death blight. But his soldiers, like his guards, were still loyal to him. So it's interesting that we get this sort of dichotomy between those who supported Godwin even in his changed form and those who were like, no, we have to get him back because he's not Godwin anymore. We have to help him. Oh my gosh, I found it. Everyone I know that has a deviated septum would sleep on their stomachs. I do sleep on my stomach, although I wonder if I sleep on my stomach because I couldn't sleep on my back as a kid because my tonsils would choke me, and I guess I just learned, I kept the habit even after they were removed. So maybe it's because I, like, you know, which came first. Okay, so that kind of, I did it backwards, but still. Nimrod Knights staying loyal to Melania even though it killed them. Yep, they became rotted because they were loyal to her. No, I think a lot of these, the demigods were very loyal to their lords. And that's what's so telling is all of these figures in the lore have people that were like willing to die to serve them. Or serve them even after death. They were exceptionally loyal. They all inspired amazing loyalty. A lot of people believed fully in all of these figures. Melania, Mikola, Radon, Godwin, Ronnie. They all have like die-hard fans. That's what makes it so, I say fans, you know, like supporters, followers. Ride or dies. So that's what makes this story so complex. Oh gosh. I also sleep on my side too, though. I do a bit of both. Why did Mikola get rid of Saint Trina? Because she didn't support the plan. Also, he learned from Marika and Radigan that his other half would become his foil. So he decided to not just temporarily get rid of her. Because here's the thing too. You could argue that he could have gotten rid of her for a bit, become a divinity, and then recombined with her. Because that's what Marika and Radigan did. So why did he get rid of her like that? Why did he toss her into a pit, one-way trip? Because he never intended to recombine with her because she would become a threat. I say that Mikola did not learn from the mistakes of his parents. But he... Oh, I knew it. Well played, you. But I think that he did in one way, but that is the problem is... What did Mikola become without his love? Do you have anything to do with Melania sleeping? Ah, great question. So, I think that Trina was perhaps used to give Melania a message, for lack of a better term. So, Melania, we go from he's in a cocoon, sorry, Mikola's in a cocoon, to Mikola has been taken by Moog, and Melania is presumably there the entire time? Or she hasn't come back yet from fighting Radon. We don't really know when the cocooning, when the I say kidnapping, but we know it wasn't a kidnapping. Mikola agreed to it, chose it, and somehow mind-controlled Moog to do it. So was Melania literally there at the time when this happened, or was she not? Either way, Melania would have left and Mikola would have been safely in his cocoon and she would have come home and he would have been not in the cocoon. Or Moog had come right when she was there, chilling, and Melania did nothing. Those are the two possibilities. Ooh, nice. So considering those are the possibilities, would Melania be chill if she hadn't been given a message? And I wonder if the message was not in her dreams. Because A, she was either sleeping because she had fought Radon and she passed out after blooming. So that's option A. So she would have been asleep for a time. Or she was still sleeping by Mikola's cocoon side. Because here's the thing. I don't think that Mikola popped his head out of the cocoon and went, "Hey, Melania, I know this looks really suspicious, but Moog's actually taking me. I have a new plan now, so I'll be back. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I'll be, you know," and then just pops back in the cocoon, closes it back up. Like, I think that was... I think he wasn't able to speak to her at that point, right? So even if she had physically been there, there would have needed to be a way to spread the message. Link with a very interesting lore video. I don't really watch lore videos. So like you can, like, I don't know. What's the topic? I'm not gonna watch it. I'm just gonna put that out there. I don't have the attention span. I know, I want to make videos myself. Make it make sense. I don't know. I contain multitudes, alright? I'm complicated. I can't watch them, but I want to write one. Big Mouth Imp Ashes. Used to summon the spirit of a large-mouthed imp. The spirit of this old imp, said to be fashioned after a dragon, has a big mouth that serves as a cannon and allows it to fire shells from the rear of the battlefield. That's a dragon. Oh, that's cute. Whee! Melania, a vessel for the rot? Basically. Not a chosen vessel, but yeah. Idea of our character being a demigod? Like a literal Marika's child? Does that make sense? There we go. What is the language you would use to describe the study of mythopoetic world building? I guess I just don't understand the question. Like, do you mean lore? Oh, it is here. I thought that's where I went for something else. That's fine. So remember, we went down a waterfall at the Shadow Keep. We also went down, we dropped down a cliff, down another waterfall, and then we descended even further, and now we're in a catacomb, and we've taken like 3 elevators. We are super far underground. Like, further than we've been before. Yori, Elder Inquisitor. It could be Jori, but when I see a J, I just generally think a Y sound because Polish background. Isn't it interesting? Also, now I think about it, really I never realized this. He basically uses rings of light, right? But they're said to be barbs of light rather than rings. So this is our first time seeing an Inquisitor. Like, we've heard the term before. And we've seen them around, but this is like confirmation. This is an Inquisitor, basically. Okay, brother. And he summons spirits. So, very obviously a horn scent. Okay, yeah, I asked for that one. I just stood there. But not just a horn scent. These are the biggest horns that we've seen on a living horn scent. So if horns represent divinity, except maybe the curse blades, but theirs are a bit confusing. Because, like, they're... Or the warriors, but still, these are pretty big horns. So, maybe not the biggest, but if we take the categories of enemy that we've seen with really big horns, these are up there. So, Inquisitors would have... Holy shit. Inquisitors would have been really important in Hornsent culture. Can I backstab you? Sure can. Wonderful. Also uses ghosts, as discussed, right? Hornsent are really able to wield spirits, and it's a very big part of their culture. So Inquisitors were generally there to root something out. Something they saw as evil, I guess, is what I would say. So perhaps like other religions, right? Heresy, aka other religions. Witchcraft, which was heretical. That was what Inquisitions were for and Inquisitors were for. So, okay, lock on, you're not really helping me right now. Also, you notice the ringing of a bell is what summons. It's spirit calling. Oh god, oh god, okay. Also, that is so much like Radigan's move, it always trips me up a little bit. Oh, that's awkward. Hey! This creepy low chorus, too. Woo! Barbed Staff Spear. Great Staff of Yori, Elder Inquisitor. The tip bristles with golden barbs symbolic of the Inquisition's torture, allowing one to wield the staff as a great spear. Attacks deal holy damage and potency increases with faith. Unique skill, Yori's Inquisition. Thrust the Great Staff into the air, firing off a succession of golden barb-like arcs. Holding the button down extends the barrage for a short duration. So yeah, it's still different than Miquella's light because his are rings, and the main signifier of Miquella's rings, well, usually is that they come back. So these aren't the same thing. But still, it's interesting. Rays of light that are sort of vaguely ring-like, you know. Let's take a look at this weapon. And try out the skill, see what it looks like. Spear. Spears are near the bottom, I think. Also, it causes bleed buildup as well, which makes sense. So, if you look at this, and it's said to be... yeah, a barbed staff spear. Well, it's a really interesting looking barb because it looks like a pine tree, and it looks very much like the Siluria's weapon. In fact, like eerily similar to a precise depiction of the Crucible. But this is said to depict barbs, and specifically for torture. Eerie how similar they are though, huh? So here we are in some ruins, an ancient graveyard, and we're now in the woods, and they are very eerie. There's also this. Those colors look rather familiar to us, don't they? Forsaken Graveyard. Right, I wanted to show off the Ash of War. Damn. That's really cool, actually. Forsaken Woods and Bloodborne? Yeah, it does a bit, for sure. Destroyed Graveyard, yeah. Yeah, even the flowers here, orange and yellow. We've never seen this flower combination, this color combination. This is Frenzy Flame. Now, if you're looking at this and you're like, why the frick is Frenzy Flame here? Why is Yori here? Like, why is this place forsaken? Why is he blocking access to this place? These are good questions. Remember, Inquisitors were there to root out heresy. Now, what they considered heresy can really vary, but that was their purpose. They were like religious spies, I guess, in some ways, in some places. Depends on which version of an Inquisition. It awaits inside. Look at this water. It's like frenzy is in it. The way the water glistens on top, like there's something in it, but when you look at it, it's just water. Wonderful effect. Like, something is wrong here, but it's just water. What are you talking about? And look at all the graves. Turn back while you are yet able. So yeah, the wonderful question of who wrote the notes, and they do so much world building here. The Abyssal Woods. The spectral steed is frightened and cannot be summoned. We're on our own here. Now, I like what they did here for, like, build up. This is astonishing. The music, everything, the atmosphere. Don't let it see you. Once you are seen, there is no escape. It cannot even be touched. Yeah, this is terrifying. This is well done horror. Because they take away your traversal and they give you these ominous messages, like someone's warning you, and then you keep going, and then it instructs you on how to deal with something that you haven't yet seen, but you're about to. You're used to being able to run through this entire game, really. It's one of the strengths, but also one of the weaknesses. A lot of it is just run through on torrent, right? You can't run through on torrent here. You have to deal with this yourself. Ah, I wonder what's happened here. Possessed goats. I really feel like, I know why they did this for lore reasons, but imagine if you pick the frenzied ending, if you become the Lord of Frenzied Flame and torrent leaves you, right? That's the thing. Them doing this kind of makes it feel like they should have done that, but they also didn't want one entire ending to mean that you're like running on foot for a long time, because it's really annoying. And unfortunately, that is one of the weaknesses of the Abyssal Woods. Is that, yeah, running on torrent, you know, this area is fucking huge and really empty. Matting Hand. Is that Gravebird armor? Yeah, it is. Show me some of your moves, actually. Ooh, cool. Show me what that does. Okay, can you grab me again, though? I want to show what it does, because I'm not gonna... Oh, it just touches you and madnesses you. Very cool. Thank you. Now die. So he's wearing the Gravebird armor. And I like this because the NPC invader, right, is called the Matting Hand. And then when we kill him, we get the Matting Hand. It's like he's become the hand, right? Like the hand possesses him. And look at that thing. My goodness. A glove stitched together from the flayed skin of the victims of a butcherous bloodbath afflicts target with madness, raises attack power when madness is triggered in the vicinity. Forged of an unyielding black impulse toward revenge, fostered in those who were hunted down as heretics by their own brethren, these are the weapons of the utterly downtrodden. Unique skill, Matting Spear Hand Strike. Makes hand into the shape of a spear before unleashing a plunging stab that penetrates the body of the enemy, afflicts foe with a large dose of madness. Cool. So, yeah, remember we had the poison hand already? In fact, let's see. It's a fist weapon, but obviously a little different. Oh, interesting. Strength, Dex, Int, and Faith. Wow. Okay, so it's like a death sorcery, versus this one requires Arcane. Yeah, so here we have the Poisoned Hand. Unyielding black impulse toward revenge fostered in those who have had everything burned or stolen from them. This was likely created by the denizens of Bellerot after having been burned and killed by Mesmer. So we get this idea of them being utterly downtrodden, which of course makes sense. They were invaded, they were killed, blah, blah, blah. Like, awful things happened to the Hornsent. They were very bitter. They made this. There's also a lot of, like, vengeance and curses with the Hornsent. I'm not saying they don't have reason to, but they when they are destroyed, they lash back out, which I find very interesting about them. Like, not to say that Hornsent are the only Revengers. We have, like, literally Edgar is also a Revenger, but it's just interesting that that is sort of one of their things. They're associated very strongly with vengeance, with harming those who have harmed them, and it's a consuming, all-consuming revenge, urge for vengeance. Now this one is revenge fostered in those who were hunted down as heretics by their own brethren. And now we already get the answer of who the Inquisitors were after. They were after other Hornsent. But they were hunted down as heretics. Now here's the question. Were they already frenzy worshippers at the time? Or did they call to frenzy because they were utterly downtrodden? Right? Like, was the hand mad already? Or did it become mad because in their dismay they called the frenzy flame? Because remember, the nomads call the frenzied flame, but it's also said that they are, they're accused of having already been associated with it. This was likely a lie, but then in their dismay, they call it. And then we have just a bunch of rats. Yeah, that's the question. Why were they hunted down as heretics? Well, there's a few reasons. For example, the Lamenter was was put in prison because he found joy in suffering. That's it. That was his crime. You weren't supposed to find joy in suffering. You were supposed to find suffering in suffering. So it really makes you wonder what the Hornsent considered heretical. Now, the Frenzied Flame is pretty bad, so I'm gonna be real. If the idea here is that the frenzy was here first and the Hornsent were trying to root it out, that actually, this is like one Hornsent dub, no question. However, I definitely get this idea that they were victims of the butcherous bloodbath and then they became frenzied because the maddening hand, you know, it's in that order. Then again, if they were frenzied and victims of a bloodbath, they're still victims of a bloodbath. Ooh, the map. Wow, I went the right way. That's good. Lucky. The pop-up when Torrent straight up nopes out of here is really special and adds to the scariness. Oh, I totally forgot that there is a pop-up if you're riding Torrent. I was just like role-playing. Yeah, let's get that pop-up. Let's run through here. Good point. Abandoned church. Oh, this is the same thing at the grave of... What do you call it? At the giant Martha statue when we land in the Chapel of Anticipation. Hang on, just 1 second. Heard a sound. Just checking. Be right back. about that, gamers. I'm gonna end my stream. I know it's really early. I'm sorry. Marlo's been a little sick, and I'm worried about him, and I want to keep an eye on him. So I'm really sorry, but unfortunately, I can't. I need to check on him. So, gonna go send you guys to someone. I know it's really early. I'm so sorry. I'll send you over to Oro playing Mistfall Hunter. I've been curious about that game. I heard it just came out. But yeah, we'll continue the lore run. Hopefully Saturday. Sorry, just yeah. I will take good care of Marley Bean. Don't you worry. Yeah. Sorry, last minute. Sudden, but yeah. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you guys next time. More lore. We'll continue this place. Copy the raid message. And I will send him all of your get wells. Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you. See you next time. Good night. Bye.